So like,
which I think is like all use cases largely involved largely overlapping. It's just easier to like do my because of all the things that I started to walk through about like, well, you have to like go iterate through your subscriptions in order.
I mean, it's almost like it's one subscription, and like the parameters are a union of some sort of union of the two parameters, right? Like it's the min subscriber.
That is what 1B is trying to express.
1B the max.
It's like it changes the publisher processing significantly. So
1B is like a smushed together one subscription, but especially when you combine it with filters and other potential feature exceptions, it's like you actually can't reason in the abstract about all possible extensions that could come in the future and whether they're compatible with 1B. I think it's the problem. I'm guaranteed I can make an extension that makes 1B impossible to
Okay, so
not impossible.
okay, so if there's a subgroup that completely matches both subscriptions, I will just open two separate streams with the same track with absolutely identical contents, and that's okay. I mean that's like seems that's bandwidth wasteful, but I see that it makes it easier on the publisher and like the subscriber. Like screw you for doing this. So like you should suffer.
This is lame, but
You should suffer. So that's fine.
I think the text we should say in this case is just like, the reason we allow this is specifically for subscribe after unsubscribe erasing, and which means the subscriber should have already thrown away its state.
Yeah.
When it unsubscribed, which means when it gets the new one, it'll match the new one.
So it might get objects that it doesn't expect.
Because they were on they had an alias, yes,
Okay.
it's possible. There could be datagrams floating around the network from the old subscription that show.
Yeah.
I can imagine some odd legitimate use cases for the duplication scenario, like if you're subscribing to a filler track, load test, or something like that.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
You don't want to have thousands of iterations of it, just one. Oh, give you 1,000 times until blow up.
Okay, I can live with 1A as an individual and someone who only really cares as an interval member. I can
Okay,
live-
1A, but you're striking the last bit.
That's
Are
correct.
we saying that the publisher chooses the alias and the publisher can choose the same alias? Or are we saying the
Yeah,
publisher
so-
always chooses the same alias?
No, we're just not saying they can't. We're not adding any new restrictions. We're just saying like, it's like today, but you can have multiple. And if you choose the same alias,
Then that can happen.
yeah, but we're also gonna actually sort out.
I'm
The
sorry.
subscriber can suffer if they choose.
Okay, so it's not that you must, but
We'll
you
call it-
must deal with the consequences.
Yeah, we'll call it the fact that that's a risk. Yeah. Like, kind of, suggest that that is yet another reason why you might not want to have overlapping subscriptions unless of course you're that use case in your and you're just gonna like type it to dev nullity.
I think it'd be well worth some text, some warning sign text in this.
Around, yes, yeah.
All right.
All right.
That went much faster than I think we thought it was.
Cool.
Thank you.
Oh, are we done? Oh, okay. All right, so we've now, I believe, finished the morning. All right, so now next up is request blocking, and then we go into the grab bag.
All right. Thanks, Alex.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we went to BiDi streams, we wrote stuff with the request order. So the current constraints and problem are MOQ messages that come up in BiDi streams can be received and processed out of order. Also, unsubscribe is no longer a MOQ message, it's a quick control message, and so nothing can be ordered. Like unsubscribe cannot be ordered with respect to any other MOQ operations. It's no longer in our control. So as for use cases, this is all that came down. One is swap tracks. So you're in a video conference and you want to replace Alice with Bob. So the idea is like, I want to make sure that we pause Alice's track before we resume Bob's so that we don't have congestion issues. The second one I mentioned was client-side DVR. There wasn't a lot of detail in the use case on the list, but I assume that's like I have rendition A of something and I want to move to rendition B without overlaps or gaps. That sounds very familiar. We've been talking about. The third one was repeated updates to the same track, like pause, resume, you want to make sure you end up in the same state. That needs to be ordered, but that's already covered in draft 18 because request updates to a given track are already in order on that track's screen. So we're just on 1 and 2. I guess the first question, I mean, the whole presentation is built on that. That's all the use cases. But did you miss anything else? Any other ordering use cases? The solve it seems like request update is really the thing, and like updating 2 different tracks are not necessarily coordinated. So updating forward state, yes, we need to have a way to coordinate updating forward state between 2 different tracks. But like, if I'm updating the priority of 2 different tracks, or I'm updating delivery timelines on 2 different tracks, it seems like those cases don't really need to be synchronized. And then filters is another one, like if I'm changing the filter set on one versus another, does that need to be a toggle? Or is it okay that that is like, best up there in terms of
The problem with filters today is not specifying what it depends on, is knowing in the data plane when it took effect.
That's always been a problem. Right? Like,
it's what I'm getting, what I wanted, or what I wanted a minute ago.
that has always existed, and MOQ offers no solutions.
So, no, I'm not thinking of the use case here. I'm just wondering, is there a use case with filtering that's in the range of, you had something that was, you had one stream that was tracking active speaker, or was basically filtering on some field, right, for active speaker or something like that. And now you're going to pin it in the application, and you're going to unpin another one at the same time. Like, and so you're updating the filters on 2 different streams at the same time. And honestly, every case I can think of, this sounds like, okay, you could do one, then the next one in close succession, and it would work out close enough. So,
Okay.
And forwarding is the one that's done.
All right. I'm gonna roll forward, but it's just the switching or the swapping of things. So the like range of solutions that we can think of, like we could do that thing and sort of defer to quick optimization. Like most of these control messages are small, they're all high priority, they're almost always going to go in one packet. And like in the very rare cases that doesn't happen, we can live with it. We can try to reconstruct the ordering of the control scheme. So we have required request ID in draft 17 to try to do that. People didn't like it. We required additional changes that were in order to bound the receiver state. Otherwise, as draft 17 has written, that's sort of like infinite receiver state requirements. There's an alternative proposal that Victor had called Wait 4, which was similar in its like attempt to reconstruct the order of the control stream, but it still has some of the same state management problems, although some practical. Neither of these approaches really guaranteed that the ordering was atomic in the application layer. It only guaranteed that the messages were received in order. So then it's like, how about an atomic message mechanism for swapping tracks? Or again, I don't know.
If only someone had told us we needed that.
Okay, so this is what I came up with.
Real quick before, I think we also mentioned at one point, I don't know if the topic is about request update at a boundary, or request update at some specific boundary.
Request update after or something?
Yeah, like, like Victor was saying, you want the subgroup filter to kick in the enhancement layer only on the subgroup boundary. You don't want middle.
Or forward equals 1 on a group boundary seems to make a lot of sense, for instance.
But you can also just change your filter to start with that boundary.
You can't do that.
Yes, that's true. Well,
If we had the current group filter, you could just change your filter.
right, okay, so you could. But, well, no, because if you set the filter, if I send a request up and it says forward equals 1, filter is next group, to whatever.
Yeah.
Then
You're going to start.
then I will lose the rest of the group.
Current.
Oh, but I'm not getting it anyway, right? Yeah, okay, that works. Never mind.
What about going the other way, pausing at the end of this group?
Pausing at the end of the group, you set the filter to the next group.
Yeah, right, got it.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, so this might do, well, it took a couple iterations and that's not good. So, I added the proposal was to add a parameter called switch from. The key bit of it is so you send this in a subscriber request update, and it has a request ID that refers to the track that you are switching from. And there's a couple of bits that toggle behavior. One of them is a mode called hardware soft, and I'll explain what that does in the next slide. And there's the publish done bit is like whether you want that track to be, whether you're just pausing that track or whether you want that track to end. So that's what it'll do. So this removes, like if you think about the original switch proposal, like or various other constraints, like there's no race condition here. The subscription you're switching to has to exist because you're still putting the switch from in the subscribe form. So, and the one you're switching from has to exist also because that's where I'm switching from. It has to already be. And the location filter that's active either in the same parameter set or previously is the one that governs the behavior. It's going to happen when you switch.
But wait, what if, well, maybe you'll answer this later, but what if the request ID hasn't been received yet?
Why are you switching from something that you haven't, the receiver hasn't received yet?
To switch from it, you kind of have to have it established.
That's a reasonable.
All right, so you must
already be on Lotus.
That logical case would be, you're on the hires and you're not getting shit, so you said, "Look, I gotta switch to low res."
all right, so you must have received either the
You
publisher
have
or
to have done this.
subscribe, okay.
Publisher or subscriber.
Okay, that's a reasonable restriction, it's
If you
fine.
did nothing, then you could just cancel the prior one and issue a fresh subscribe, have a switch.
Okay. So this is what you do when you get a switch. So you look at the filter that's in that message. You figure out what the start group is. So if it was start the current group, start the next group, start it had an absolute group, whatever it is, you figure what the start group is. You set forward one and apply the new subscription filter on the new resume tracks. The reason you do that is to make sure you don't lose any future objects while you're performing the switch. So which normally switch should happen fast and your thing will happen, but you have to do it. You keep delivery on the suspend track until you have an object ready to publish in the start group of the new track. So like if I said like I want to switch at group 10, but I don't have group 10, I just keep, nothing happens at all except until I have something for 10 to set. Once you do, that's when you make the switch. So if you're in hard, mode is hard, you set forward 0 immediately on the suspend. So that will like stop all delivery of new things on the suspend. If you're in soft, you set the end group of the old one to whatever the start group of the new one was -1, which means if there's still objects coming, it'll drain to the end of that group. And you cancel any, if you happen to have any queued but not sent groups that are bigger or equal to the start group on suspend, cancel these. And then you send publish done. The message asks you to send publish done. And then you can send the subscribe, okay, or request okay.
So one proposal on the soft mode. Like this works great if the groups are aligned between the two.
Soft mode only really works.
Yeah. But you know, if you change soft mode so that instead of saying it sends till the end of the group, like if you replace start group with basically the group it's currently sending. So in soft mode, it sends to the end of the group it was sending at the time the switch happened. Okay. I think then you have this working unaligned lines, which it solves a race condition where this lands very near the time the group transition.
Okay, I think there are times where by the time you have an object ready to go in the start group, that the suspend track has gotten ahead. And so you don't even want to finish that group. Now that you're ready to send on the start, you want to cancel there. But I don't disagree that you might want the behavior you're asking for as well. There are 6 unused bits. So we can make another node.
Well,
I don't know what's between soft.
wait a minute, so if there's,
Medium.
so if if the old subscribe is behind the live edge because of congestion, then there could be multiple groups between the start group for the new subscribe and what's being delivered.
Correct. This is why start group should be in the past. This is why 1642 should land before. Otherwise, your
Okay.
stuff is full.
Okay, got it. Yeah. All right.
At some point, I tried to make a bunch of cool slides like Will and Michael always do, and I got so lost, and so I was like,
It's a bad sign. Okay.
just because, not because the algorithm is simple. I hope people understand, like, everyone who's written a relay feels like they can implement this algorithm, I hope. It's like not that complicated to do, but like trying to map out all the possibilities. Where's the subscriber, where's the suspense subscription, where's the resume subscription, and all the different combinations thereof made my head spin, so I'm not,
Yeah, so one thing is, so could you remind me, continue delivering and suspend until there's published in the objective published in the start group.
start group on resume.
Okay, start group and resume, which is the next, usually the next group.
I mean, there's different ways to do it, right? Like, I think there's different cases. There's a case where, and so that's like, I think I have to go through some of the examples. Maybe it'll be easier to walk through the rest of it.
The question is like, the observation I have is that effectively, I was thinking about this, like, effectively you can perform entirety of the switch once you have subscribe OK on the new, because then you, yeah, on the new.
You may not even get a subscriber. You already be subscribers here.
Yeah. The point I'm trying to make is like if I'm switching and then group aligned, I know that I usually know my state, and at the moment I receive switch from, I would be able to set appropriate filter on both old and new subscriptions.
I think that is starting to move more towards what was it in 1378.
It's exactly 17.
Is there a PR for this?
It's in my repo. It's a friend mock transport 18 if you want to. The reason why I didn't put it in the main repo is that it depends on 1642, and it's very difficult to make the PR work like that without duplicating 1642.
Yes, just there is a queue.
Oh my goodness, there's a queue. Do you guys, can I just run through the last couple of slides and then we just share up? Okay, I think it's good we understand how that either you're going to publish them or not. In soft mode, publish them is a little trickier. Like, you don't actually know when you can send it. If publishers has the end of group marker indicated, it's clear. If they don't, then you basically have full time. Just like, I haven't seen any objects in this group for a while, so I can say so that's one edge. I think this is kind of what Colin's talking about. Like, if you're switching from a house to Bob, like they may not, those you probably want hard in that case. These tracks are likely not group aligned, and so soft load might do the very wrong thing. And the groups might do really long anyway, so you may not want to like go till the end of the group. So that's what more of a case for hard. So I tried to map this out a little bit, like me, and I'm not an ABR guy, but like it seems like if you're gonna up switch, like there's kind of two ideas. Like there's a conservative, like it's more important for me to minimize the overlap than it is to like upgrade sooner. And so you like try to compute some unreceived absolute proof in the future in soft mode. If you're trying to be aggressive, you might use a hard load in some previously group that you partially received. And then on the down switch side, if you're being like same thing, like you might be doing this conservatively, like I know I need to go down, but I don't need to go down right this second. Versus if you want to be aggressive in your down switch, I don't think you want switch run. I think you want to just unsubscribe right now, and like you don't want any of this coordination if it's like action. This is kind of what I was alluding to before, like, does this cover all the cases? Like, people need to work this out, I really can't say. I feel like the core mechanism of it, like both building on 16.4.2 and using a param, like that kind of feels right. I think there's room to add functionality that unused fits. My inclination would be to keep it as simple as possible and let data drive the additions that we need. Okay, that's all the stuff. Q&A.
Yeah, so first, I mean, I like the idea of QLM, the kindly hard, which is like finishing the group and then stop basically.
Current, finish the group that the largest object is in.
Which is in between the start
Medium mode,
without the alignment. It works. But yeah, so it does not cover all the cases, but almost. So I think we can survive with this compared to switching, compared to 1378, which is doing what Victor was saying. In switch, the relay has the ability to choose where to do the soft switch. Here it is imposed by the client. Most of the cases works, so I think it's fine. But we need to be able to come back with a field fetch.
Yeah.
Because
Absolutely.
any kind of network congestion will make you lagging to the live, and so you will need to move. And it addresses the point from Peter in your comment for IETF that the client is governing triggering the switch, which is a good point for this.
I will say the software that gave you some feedback as well, and for a minute, the PR had an auto mode where it really made a comparison between the largest object of suspend and resume, and then made a decision based on that comparison. But it was still a little bit simple for 1378, but then I think I convinced us folks that we don't need it, but then I got confused. Anyway, I think it might be better to hand this off to the experts. So it's good. Colin.
I was gonna say, I mean, I think it's good, it's, like I say, I think the hard mode alone is worth doing. Yeah, whether we need, an over easy mode.
Yeah.
Scramble, sorry.
The relay is a random
I think that's where the discussion to figure that out, but I think that it's figuring it out. But I think we should move forward with at least hard and then figure out, I think we will add a few other things to it, maybe it's what you had there.
Are you saying that you don't think soft is usable now, or you think that you might?
Soft, actually, no, I actually think soft might just be fine if we sit down and reason through the whole thing, it might be exactly what we need.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm open to soft, that there are 3 modes or 4 as well.
I think there's just gonna be, I think people need to reason through the exact cases, maybe try some implementation.
Okay, yeah.
Where this matters is all the cases where there's an edge case that happened weird, right? The happy day cases are easy, it's the weird cases. And maybe we need one mode, maybe it's exactly what you have, maybe it's something slightly different, it seems like that needs one mode.
I agree. Ian?
Yeah, no, I agree. It seems good. I was going to actually say that I thought the hardware actually worked pretty well with phones. I was thinking you just said that. So.
Hard's a no-brainer. We ought to do that. Do we need more modes? Maybe.
Explain this to my friend, or I can't figure it out. Like, what does that do? Why do I do that?
Why do you need publishing? Why is this video?
Right.
It's like, did you want to subscribe and unsubscribe? Or did you want to subscribe and pause? Or did you want to resume and pause? Like, all the combinations are possible.
But if you pause it for me, then eventually you get.
You don't get a signal that's paused.
Wait, what? You get data.
It'll just, like, when the switch happens, it'll start getting data on the new track.
Wait, what's the new state?
It's in forward 0.
And you're not going to tell me?
You'll know when you get an object from the new track.
I think you should tell me. I think you should tell me. I don't like not being told.
So you need to switch from OK.
Or you need to send a request.
Oh, okay, sorry, I lied.
Just send a
The
request.
request OK comes at the end. Yeah, you get request OK.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, that doesn't necessarily, that doesn't mean that the suspend track got to the end of loop -1. That just means the switch has happened.
That's fine,
Update
that's
the
fine.
filter.
No, that's fine. No. As long as you tell me that it happened.
But on the other track, when its forward state goes from 1 to 0, at whatever point in time that happens.
In hard mode, that's when you get a subscriber.
Yeah, sure, but just ignoring all that, in that other track, wouldn't you get some notification?
No, there's not today.
It's a little weird.
Well, today it only, I'm sorry, today it only goes from 0 to 1 when you send request update. So your request okay tells you that, right? So this adds a sort of a, I want to do this in the future. And it'll tell you, it tells you on the switch prep on the new track, not the old track. That is so changed.
The subscribe OK does it send the largest object? So you receive something which is like, oh, the largest object is 19.2, and then you receive 18.0 because
You asked for -1.
Will?
Yeah, a number of points. Firstly, at a high level, I agree. I like the design of this. Number one, can you clarify, are you only toggling forward state here?
No, in the soft mode, it toggles the end group of the whole, which will essentially terminate
That subscription.
Yes, well, the subscription will, if you terminate and have the publish done, then that that subscription then
will go
If you
away.
set publish done to 0, it just sets the end filter and then leaves it. It's a weird state where it'll technically it's in forward 1, but the filter is blocking it.
But then if that object arrives, then the subscription, all the upstream connections are closed. We don't have traffic coming to an end. Because that's one of the arguments against DTS, right? It consumes a lot of bandwidth and stuff you're not watching.
At least in my relay, this is a case where if all the subscribers are forward 0, I send forward 0 upstream. If all of the subscribers have filters that end in the past, I do not send it forward 0 upstream, but I probably should. Because it's the same effect.
It's a single user on your relay, and they switch from A to B. Does the A subscription going up get canceled? As a consequence?
It doesn't say one way or the other.
So
A smart relay should.
I would argue you would want that as one of your main.
Well, I mean, you can get it if there's like I said, there's an issue about because currently forward state says even if all your subscribers are paused, the draft says you're supposed to subscribe upstream unpaused.
Right, I want to stop this. I want to cut. I only want one subscription going up.
Well, you only have one. You never have more than one.
Well, you would have two here. You're saying I
Oh,
got
I
a
see.
new one, and I've got the one I'm switching from. I want the old one to go away. I'm switching away from it.
Even if the subscriber still keeps theirs open, they'll be click within the group.
The subscribers it's a singleton subscribe. It switches from one to another, but it doesn't want to leave a legacy and all of these movement tracks behind. It wants to close them. As soon as the switch is complete, I want a mode where it closes, or cleans out.
I hear what you want, and I think you're right. I just think it might be. I think that change might be broader than just switch. Because I can tell you.
But I think that's important for ABR switching. You have these ghost tracks hanging around that they get switched away from.
I agree.
Second, in addition to publish done?
Q.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, I had
Go, yeah.
a three-part question.
You have the floor, go.
To handle perpetually unaligned groups, I'm switching from track A to track B, but track A is arriving 3 milliseconds always at the group boundary ahead of the other track. They're aligned in time, but not in delivery window. And are you waiting? You're like, oh, I need to send the next one. So you just hard stop at the next boundary.
This way, what will happen is if the tracker switching from is always getting the relay first, it will start delivering objects in the start in the groups are aligned. It'll start publishing the first bit in the start group. Then you'll get an object in the resume track start group, and you'll be like, ah, this is what I want. And then it will affect either a hard or soft switch on the old one. So there can be an overlap there. But what I found with, I think 1378 had a little bit of this tail chasing problem, which is like, I want to get to a group where I haven't started the old one yet, but that may never happen. Right? If the smaller track is always getting it first.
Yeah.
You can't touch switch. You have third part?
Yeah, I do. If you land this, then this is probably something DTS could take advantage of. The prior thing I mentioned, if you can clean up cleanly, so instead of DTS keeping 6 open subscriptions and just toggling forward state between them, it could actually automatically execute switch.
You mean relay to the upstream?
Relay to upstream would do a switch from.
Okay, that makes my brain hurt, but I believe
It's sort of, you've written the code, right? Just call a different thing. But now we could have a mode on DTS, which is bandwidth efficient. It only keeps one upstream connection.
Oh, the me? First of all, I want to note, so, Ollie's gonna present some experimental results, tomorrow that deal with the old switch proposal, but I think are probably germane to this as well, so whatever that's worth. My question is, so to be clear, the request ID must be a subscribe or publish, right? This, you can't use this
You
with
can't
test or
switch from
subscribe
that.
tracks or anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the PR side is fine.
Right.
It can't be your own.
Okay, my third,
Maybe there's use cases from yourself.
okay, well, right, so the other thing I'll say is, I started paying a bike shed in your PR, but so we'll look at that later. Okay, who's next? Who else?
I don't think this is a good match. One question I have is that, like, since these three so let's say if you go with the model proposal location, how would this work?
I think this doesn't change, say if you use 1401 location filters, as long as it has the 1642 fill fetch concept, okay, this is fine. Do you agree, Mel?
Yeah, that first bullet, the publisher's not doing anything there. That was just, those parameters came in the subscribe and switch from it, right? So
Yeah.
that's just normal parameter processing. So,
Because you're using location filter for two different subscriptions here, right? One subscription,
This is only on the new one.
Oh.
I mean, you could have a filter on the old one.
This was the old switch really talked about, like, looking at these two tracks inside the relay and comparing. This one is only making judgments on the new track. And then at the very end, it sets, in soft mode, there's some obvious assumption that this new track group is somehow relevant to the old one.
I think you could abstract all this out and just not even mention any of that stuff and just say, as soon as this subscription delivers an object, the switch is taking effect. Whatever parameters you put don't matter. Some of those parameters made an object get delivered or delayed or whatever. So then,
Well, there's a difference if you wanted to go back, say you wanted, this is where live versus past matters, right? If I need two groups of buffer or whatever, new live objects may be coming, but the cache fill is still happening. I don't want to stop the old one because it will create a gap in my layout buffer. Wendell's nodding, because I did it right.
No, we look at it as a different way. The case I was concerned about is, as soon as the first object in the new group gets sent, I want to kill the old track, boom.
But not any object.
Well, that's not hard. Hard would kill it right away, even in the middle of the group. Right? But so it's sort of a soft like thing. But the thing is you probably, let's just say that first object in the new group is in the process of sending the last frame in the old GOP. And you're doing a resolution switch. You probably don't want to lose the last frame in the old thing, even if it arrived after. And I think that's what they're trying.
That's what soft is
to get
for,
here.
to make sure you don't lose the last frame.
But it runs the risk if they weren't aligned well, then you could be sending a huge overlap at exactly the time you don't want to be doing overlap. So that's where I was like, that's where I said I think this soft mode needs some thinking.
The use case is here. We really need to have continuity in the.
Well, there's two use cases, and I think that, or the two use cases we're discussing here, we'll have the right words for it, but there's ones where the sequences are aligned in the sense of you get a GOP sequence every 10 seconds or whatever, but if they're offset by 5 seconds because they're coming from two different clients, it's quite different when they're coming from the same client and they'll only be offset by network jitter effectively, right? So I think we're probably going to need two modes for those two different cases is my guess. But I think that's the part we need to dig into, is I think, Wendell, I look like I'm saying something wrong here.
I do think you need it that right. Basically, trying to do it is just that part is not right. Well, I'll just find a couple of
Oh, okay. No.
yeah, so I like the way this is done, and I like the direction of it. I think there are just some clarifications that we need to work out, but I think it's on the right path. What I wonder though is, could it be even more generic than switch from? Because at the end of the day, it's about changing some parameters on another subscription, right? This subscription is changing parameters on another subscription, right? It's almost like request update for.
Well, but this is a request update for comment update. I mean,
And then you can say whatever you want to update.
that's why we started with use cases and nobody had it, so we're down.
Well, the other thing I was gonna ask is, since you just presented the multiple subscriptions, can you switch to yourself? A different instance of yourself? Of a
Can you
same
think of a
type?
good use case for it? I'm willing to say you can.
This case of having filters, if we don't have a request update that's atomic on a specific matter, can you say, okay, I set up the new filters the way I want on this new subscription, it's paused, now boom, switch to it. And so now the new subscription of the same track has the new filters applied at this group boundary.
I don't think you need this for that. I think you just set up a new subscription at like whatever start point and like use. I mean,
No, but that will affect the old subscription. You don't want to, I'm not trying to stop the old subscription.
Can I just say that, like, let's start with no, and then when you get to the place where you're like, I can't do the thing I want because I don't have it, then I'll take the restriction out. Because like, I don't think it makes a lot of sense otherwise, unless we can clearly explain what you're trying to accomplish, and I think this is the best way to do it. Ali?
So my question is, if the relay cannot really make the switch,
It never, you can still time out waiting for, if you ever get an object in start group on this, within some reasonable time. I think the PR says there's a relay specific time. Implementation timeout, you can't, it'll only wait so long. If we could make it a parameter, then you could, throw it in here, where the client says, I'm only willing to wait 1 second. If that's, and let the give client some.
otherwise don't bother.
Yeah, but the relay can always pick one lower than what the client says anyway. Like if the client says, I'll wait an hour, the relay's not gonna wait an hour. So, but if people want it, you can add it, it's. Sue wants to.
Yeah, I don't know what so on the point of if challenge to new one, I think we should not, because the languages which they know that you get, it's not a switch, it's not a switch. And that's the
Yeah, I think that makes sense. If we can get away with less machinery, that is appealing.
Yeah, to come back to Mo's remark about request update for, actually it's a good point, because in Switch we've suggested the other way around. We were saying request update for this one, which was like keep this one, and then please publish something on new track. So we could typically do switch to. Sending a switch to for the request update that would say, hey, publish me something. That could be the other way to do it if we are not comfortable with the semantics of having request update for, we could change it.
I started with switch to, and then I think Ian and Victor were like to make a switch from, because it eliminates this case of like, you're switching to something and the new thing's not there yet. That's why we need to do. So like, this feels like, if you want it.
So, I mean, just a remark that we need one atomic message to apply on 2 different tracks or different subscriptions. So it could be one way or another. It's not a
But I think what Bill's pointing is that you wouldn't need all these, whatever parameters you wanted, you could request update on those, and then say switch to whenever that other track publishes an object, it triggers your.
Then it would publish.
It triggers your request update parameters.
Publish is authorized. Publish is something that the relay can do. The subscriber would just say, publish me something when ready. It's just a remark. There's a semantics.
I started with switch from, or switch to, and I think I like the shape of this better. And I heard a lot of people say this is an okay shape. Do you want me to dig up the other one? I kind of would rather not. Or like, is there a use case that are we missing? Okay. That's all in this presentation. Mike wants to call it. I like it.
That's not the bike shed I was referring to. I have an actual substantive bike shed, if that's not an oxymoron.
Okay. Unless you want to talk about your bike shed, I think that's,
No.
I think you have the signal you need. I mean, people leave feedback on the PR. I will leave PR in the main repo somehow, some way. So if you seem to like it, comment there. I would like to try to get a version of it in the draft 19. It seems like even if it doesn't have all of them, like even if it only has hard mode, or if it has hard and soft, then add a third or fourth mode post 19. I think that's my way to go.
We should have a drink for that, a celebration for Windows victory that.
I think we all go
switch
switching. Having like spent like all last weekend like going through switch cases and like this is freaking hard work.
Now tomorrow, I expect the top end filter parameter.
Yeah, I got a lot of work.
We also did bring in like a PR part and PR or post scrambled, over easy.
I mean, given that hard's, I mean, I guess I can just remove.
I actually had a comment, the names need to change, it's a spelling thing, they don't describe what they do, so we need better,
You mean hard versus soft?
yeah, so that would be like to people who haven't followed the name of stuff.
I mean, immediate versus drain or.
Yeah. Transition mode or something.
I'm not convinced you need to public done with this.
I assume that that's real. Did I make that up?
No, I don't think you need that.
You don't think you need public, there's never a case where you want it to automatically unsubscribe?
No, just kill it. Why kill it?
But this will happen.
But it could kill it for you.
If you kill it before you, if you do it
That's fine.
before you do, then it's done.
It's not, you gotta make another.
No, I think you should have published done, because you're ending subscription at a certain point. The way that works, the mechanic that happens in the code is you send publish done, or not in the code, in spec, what the publish supposed to do is send publish done when it happens. That's how you know there are no more streams forthcoming for that past subscription. Otherwise, you have to be ready for another stream to come, and you can't destroy the subscription state if you care. Maybe you don't care, but that's up to you as a subscriber.
I guess, I mean, to your point, I think we need to think very careful about what this like on both the subscriber end, the relay end, and the publisher end, and make sure that they all do the things that naturally clean up their state, right? Like, yeah. Because we don't really get much of a, I don't know.
Right, well, publish done means I'm done opening streams to you. In fact, I'm done sending streams to you at all. So I'm throwing away my state. And to the subscriber, that means that if you've gotten the number of streams that it says in the stream count, you can destroy your state.
It's
Because
just like, I feel like the public seems perfectly reasonable and almost free to do.
yes.
I don't see a reason not to have the option. If you don't want it, send zero.
Now, if it's going to forward 0, that's a different thing, yeah.
Sold.
Okay,
Sounds good to me.
all right, so, I'm
Are we
gonna,
close to on schedule or not?
not really, but that's okay. So, okay, I'm gonna edit this a little bit. We were supposed to have a break about half hour, so rather than do a little bit of issue-a-thon, I'm gonna have Mike present the DDoS readout. I'm gonna do my next interim administrivia, and then we'll take a little break, and then we'll hand it to the editors for the remainder of the day. There's been some agitation to like go an extra hour or so today. Do people hate the idea of running till 6 o'clock? Especially remote people who are probably in some horrible time zone, if any of you are out there.
Like, I thought you said we had a hard stop at 5. Then
Yeah, we can probably go to 6.
If it causes pain for you, we don't need to do it. Okay, all right,
I will not be able to be here because I made some other commitments.
okay,
For a day job.
all right. This would be issue-a-thon stuff. I don't know. Okay. All right, well, I don't know if we're gonna run straight, until 6 o'clock sharp, but let's maybe run over a little, see how that goes. Okay, Mike, go ahead. So while he's doing that, well, actually, I already talked about the DOS readout, didn't I? So yes, this is what this is about.
Okay, so this is basically following up on work that a small group of us did looking into resource protection issues and service considerations. Kind of an extension to what we already have in the security considerations. We discussed this. So back in Boulder, we talked about this. It was decided that it might be useful to capture this information in some kind of document, rather than adding it directly to the trust record site. So we did that. We created a draft. So far, there's a hello draft. In the past week or two, we've made a number of updates, but I haven't tried that full one. So we can go ahead. Oh, and there's also an address.
Sorry, can you remind me, in Boulder, did we decide that was like a for now thing, or like forever we just wanted to send a draft about this?
I think it was at least for now. Part of the reason that, well, let me just go through.
Yeah, sure,
three
sure.
slides and then.
Yeah.
This is intended as a complement to what's in the base record. So it's an informational document. It's not normative requirements or anything. It has coverage of a front model. It describes kind of different roles and just behaving actors in the system. It separates things into kind of data frame type concerns and role play type concerns, and looks at kind of the impact on this. So there's some aspects of this that are kind of operational guidance, but we try not to get too far into the weeds on that. The specifics of that is kind of like. So there's a link to the editor's copy there. Current status, like I said, we've made some recent updates. We have some open issues on the GitHub that we're working through. I have a number of open PRs to address some of those. We're going to by co-authors to get those reviewed and narrated. We're aiming to have one relatively soon, at least before Vienna. And then questions for this group. Is it worth publishing a document like this, or is this mostly useful as a place that we can land, wait, this could be a problem, we should keep this top of mind and have this as reference as we work on the base spec, or is it useful to kind of capture that and publish it as an RFC that's just informational? So that's one question. Is there an appetite to adopt this as a working group document? And related question to that, should this remain a standalone document, or should it be merged into this common draft? Whether that is like some kind of ability document or the security considerations on the face draft. So those are the questions that I have.
Okay. Yeah. Can I get a quick physical show of hands? People who have even sort of read the document. Actually, quite a few. Okay, that's way more than I expected. Great. Okay, continue.
That's it. That's all I said.
Okay.
We can go through the document.
I don't think we want to do that. Let's go through the queue. Wendell.
Thank you. So this subscribe with forward equals 0, which creates a lot of I said zombie, we will say ghost subscription. Is it part of the draft because it was not listed in the?
That's a question I don't recall that we have any specific
So in the DTS PR, I detailed two kind of DOS or DDoS potential issues that we might fix, but it's an open question. I think you will talk about it tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say that's one of the biggest, easiest ways to DOS a server
Where at CEN, it's just us, a whole lot of stuff and done forward.
It makes the life of the malicious subscriber super easy because the malicious subscriber will receive nothing, so it's completely safe, and the edge will get a lot of data, a lot of subscription states, and whatever.
I think when we started this, the base route text was ambiguous about requirements of a relay to pull things to the edge. In the case of 4.0, I think it was mostly talking about don't send anything. So I'll have to revisit and see if the current draft.
There is one PR 1650.
There's an issue and they issue that.
Yeah, that's something that,
I think the primary purpose to me of this document is to help us design the right things into the basic protocol as far as DDoS goes and discuss how to think about it. So I think from that point of view, that's not necessarily a long living document. It's sort of work in progress that helps us design towards this right thing. So I can imagine this slowly turning into effectively operational considerations for MOQ networks, not just a DDoS thing. And if it turned into that, then yeah, I could see it being appropriate. This might be the one working group for it, but I see it being appropriate in RC. But I think our focus right now should be like, we have to answer a whole bunch of DDoS security things before this current transport traffic is going to make it to the ISG. And this is the place to keep our thoughts written down that can help drive the right solutions into the transport.
Yeah, one thing that we've talked about a little bit about the reason for keeping it separate from the security consideration section of the base route is that it allows us to address potential issues with extensions. So a lot of our discussion lately about concerns that people have around DOS issues have been to do with proposed changes or extensions that exist. I feel like in a living document like this, we can cover that. That's harder to do in the base draft security considerations.
Sure, base route can't address things that doesn't exist in there, whatever. But I think that really almost every one of the issues I've ever heard brought up is actually an issue with the base route, not the extension. So I'm more worried about this. I'm worried about the base route, let me put it out there. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't think it's what issues review of document file and that's also because we are at a point where we have to bring up all the authorization scheme, the issue of that. So we need to spend more time doing the integrate and bringing the auto reading to this time. Also, the point about one point of the following having multiple things put to there are two different things. One is the application who's paying money within one time because they want fast access. Some don't want that. There is a less authorization window for that. I think usually this is one of those kind of offers where it's not authorized. You basically recommend doing this versus enforcing something that's going to make sure the authorization is staying close. Or any they can be processed. You don't have to use all record one for that. And just make millions of switches. So I think these are some of the things where not just really has their problem. Also, this is only one of them. And find their policies. This would be a good place to kind of talk about it.
Yeah, one observation is that maybe especially some of the ops ADs has been pushing quite a lot for operational guidance and being clear on that. So I think Colin was probably on the kind of one aspect saying, okay, let's cover what's actually needs to be covered as security considerations and then see what we have on operational guidance. But it's probably not bad to have these documents existing and maybe be working with documents, slowly working forward and say, okay, and be able to point that, yes, we're working on this, it's not forgotten, it's and we're taking care of it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worth in this document, and I don't think it will be, whether it should be in the security considerations or separate document. I think you definitely need a separate document, and you will definitely bleed some of the most important things that are core back down into the MOQ security considerations for publication. One of the things I struggled with is looking at things that are not necessarily attacks, but could be resource, draining things, and how does a relay balance between, inferring attack or this is a legitimate use case. So the asymmetric nature of some of the tools we have, like 4=0, or the filters, some operational guidance about how relay to client connections work, but also how interrelay peering should also guard against those things. That's a tough thing. I mean, we put very vague, hand wavy terms in a section called relay resource protection in large namespaces in the PR for the filters. So maybe you want to take a look at that and see if you guys can beef it up with some really more in-depth analysis about what the actual operational guidance should be. Should there actually be limits on some of these resources? And what the numbers should be towards a client? What should they be towards pure relays? And I keep hearing people throw around numbers, scale numbers, and it still makes me wonder, are they really thinking the right thing? Because when, you should have a model of, here's an entire relay network, but then here's also the node. Here's a typical node size, and here is what it can support. And it's not a million subscriptions, it's not a million publishers. What can your node actually support? And so you should build limits according to what the load of that node can actually bear. That your largest node can actually bear. Because people keep talking about relays in a broader sense, like the entire network, but that doesn't help requirements for an individual node.
So there are a bunch of things to respond to. The last point, I think we have to have a fairly unique architecture, so our larger distributed system acts as a single node. So we're not in a great position to speak to what Leonard is describing. But the point about being the tension between legitimate use that makes resource demands and attacks, we've been very intentional in the draft in choosing language that I think kind of capture that. We talk about misbehaving actors, like misbehaving clients and misbehaving relays, rather than necessarily malicious. But I'll look at the section that you're describing.
It's only a paragraph. It doesn't say much.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for working on this. I'm sorry that I'm not one of the ones to say that earlier, but I will. I guess I'm a little bit curious. One, have there, in going through it, is it surfaced any things where you're like, MOQ needs to address, like Combs were saying, like, this is design guidance for the things we need to respond to. Is there anything surfaced yet where you're like, MOQ needs X to respond to this threat that we discovered or thought more deeply about?
I think that everything like that has already been overcome by events. We kind of discovered stuff along the way, but before we wrote it down, it got fixed in the base draft.
So now we have a whole new set of things that you have to analyze.
What's that?
Now we have a whole new set of things you have to analyze.
Right, exactly. So it's kind of an ongoing thing. It's not a finished answer to that question. Yes, and so there's a section in the document that kind of talks about potential concerns and what the mitigations are in the MOQ spec. And so we know what's low bearing. If you're going to change,
If I remove something that is like a critical protection, you'll let me know.
Exactly.
I mean, I guess the other thing in terms of where and stuff, I'm sort of curious, as you've written that document, who do you feel like your audience is? Is it telling people how to set the limits that are likely to be the configurable knobs on a relay, or
there was some feedback involved. I don't remember who all was providing this feedback, but basically the signal I got was that it's not a great idea to give specific numbers because they change, and that.
But are you saying
the closer you get to doing that, the more likely it is that your document is
I mean, less about specific numbers and more like, well, it's important that you pick the right number of concurrent bidirectional streams that you allow the peer to have. This is likely to be a 2 million user. And I guess the considerations for how you trade that off.
Yeah, we have some text models. It's kind of like, you should make sure that you have, enough streams that, use this.
But that's, okay.
Anything else?
Yeah, so, is this the kind of thing where the MOQ editors are free to harvest this for stuff that go in security considerations, and you guys would just coordinate things that?
We have enough PRs to run, I'm happy if, like, you think there's, read your down, I mean, I guess you're.
I'm on it, so like,
Yeah,
hopefully I
maybe you
will.
can do it.
Okay, all right, so yeah,
Things that I think are really critical, yes.
okay. All right,
But there's stuff that we've explicitly said we're not gonna talk about it in my team, like writing rules, which I need to read that one. So like, that's a great thing to go in there, because it's like, we're not talking about it.
so do we want to do an adoption call? Do we not want to do an adoption call? Do we want to have a chance to read it and have an adoption call tomorrow, or next week, or whatever?
In Vienna or
In Vienna.
Adoption call is like, that's something we're going to publish as an RFC or not, because I think
Yeah.
we're still, what it is right now is not remotely close to what would get published as an RFC. It's right now, it is information that will help write the security section, okay, helping design a threat model. That's my read of it. I don't think that's really wrong.
Okay,
It may turn into operational advice at some point in time, but it's not structured as that yet. It's not
Okay.
that at all right now. So if we're going to adopt that, like, it's not like I just don't think.
okay,
we're
so
ready to adopt.
you're not yet convinced there should be an RFC that comes out of this?
Not yet.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair
not-
enough.
Right. And I mean, if you guys feel differently, like, correct me.
No, I think that's fine, that's a legitimate view, and I think.
But in no ways, don't stop, like.
Publish
the
drafts.
Yeah.
This is my question, it's like, I guess, process-wise, does the working group have any process for ensuring that work continues on documents that don't have like milestones towards an RFC?
We don't have any
I
process.
mean, an RFC is like a.
With milestones, don't worry about it.
Hope we can track. In your mind, is adoption document linked to solving that question?
How do we track that?
I think adopting the document, I think that you need, it needs to fit in the charter and have a milestone. And I think that the document that is most likely to come would be actually done in the MOPS working group.
Okay, so, we're not, Madam's not need to look in the formalities of this. I think there's probably a position for a document that is not intended for the RFC path, but is owned by the working group, retained in our repo. Maybe even has like draft IETF on it rather than draft English. We need to look into how you do that and like what we need to flag so people don't think it's intended RFC. But I think, does anyone think that's a bad course of action if we can figure out the legalities of it? Because this is like a bad way to start. Okay.
I think finding draft IETF means it represents working group consensus.
Yeah.
Which is totally valid. We just need to say on it, this ain't not becoming an RFC.
Right, okay. We will look into that. We already have some do outs with like these, there are a lot of liminal state sort of drafts that probably should be under the NOEL that are out in individual repos. But this is maybe a more extreme case of that, so you can tackle this one first. Let me just informally say that like if you haven't read this, like this would be a good time to read it, and if you conclude that there's like going in the wrong direction, then speak up on the list or email the chairs if you don't want to draw fire. Okay. Any other comments or questions on this? I say you could email the chairs if this is a tough crowd for you, which I would not blame you. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mike, or Mike, you achieve what you want to do today? All right, thank you. And thanks for taking on this thankless, otherwise thankless task.
No, it's not, thank you.
It's no longer thankless. I was thinking nobody wanted to do it, you've done. All right, I would, okay, before we break, I want to talk about the subsequent hybrid interim. Get out your calendars. And while people are getting out their calendars, I would open the floor to anyone who believes that we should not have another hybrid interim. That with one more big IETF and virtual interims as far as the eye can see, that we are on a glide path to where we want to be time-wise.
You mean this year or period?
This year.
Between 26, IETF 126 and 127. That's what we're talking about.
I'm gonna raise my hand,
It's gonna be needed.
and I, like, under the, like, you always have one more than you think you need, or like, or one more than you actually needed, then this is not the last. But I really wish that it was, and I really hope the next one is, like, we can have it for 4 years, like, and we need a lot virtually as well, so, like, I love seeing people, but I can see you half as many times a year and.
I will say, I definitely think we went one. But, I mean, I reread the whole document, draft 18, and I mean, like, you know, security and authorization, we haven't really started yet. DDoS is sort of missing. I don't think we're going to work in group class column yet, to be completely honest.
Should we start having interms in Northern Alaska to encourage?
I mean, I think that's. I mean.
Calgary in January.
I mean, the stated plan from, I forget if it was January or when I put it up there, was like, we would be closing out the remainder of our unresolved issues in July. The editors and authors have talked about getting together in August to make a big editorial pass. So it was never like Vienna is the last day, but more like end of the summer. And I agree with you that we, you know, and we had targets for issue resolutions, which we've fallen off of. So I would agree that we're behind schedule. I don't want to foreclose it. I think keeping the pressure on is good. Let's LFG people.
Okay.
It's time to go.
I'm not hearing anyone say, please make the travel stop, so the travel will continue. In spite of Alan being sad. Okay, all right, so typically, like the sort of obvious time to position this is late September or October. I've gotten some clues that maybe late September is bad. And by the way, we're looking at North America. We'll talk about specifics later. So let me just throw out some weeks. October 5 to 9. Who can't make that work? Okay, that's.
I can't do 7, 8, but I can do the rest of it.
I say can or can't?
Cannot.
Who cannot do 5 to 9 October?
I cannot do 7, 8,
There's a-
but I can do 5, 6.
6, 7, 8 are gone for me.
All right, that seems like a no-go. All right, how about 12 to 16 October? Well, you can always sound off in the chat if you're remote and have an opinion about this.
You're getting fairly close to the meeting.
The meeting is, IETF 127 is 16 to 20 November, so I think that's about as late as we would go. 12 to 16 October, who has a problem? Okay.
It's my birthday that week, and my wife is taking me somewhere.
It's also my birthday. Is that
Narrow to our
Is
The whole week.
I mean, they come along.
Okay,
I can figure, yeah, that's.
all right, so that seems like slightly better. All right, what about, okay, so Will, are you gonna have equal problems as we telescope into like September?
No, the next week is fine for me.
No, going back the other way. So 28 September, bad.
Then I'm fully out the whole.
21 September, bad.
So I'm all.
14 September, bad. Okay, 7 September, bad.
Yeah, all September bad.
Okay, all right, so it sounds like
12th, I can.
Okay,
If I'm the only objection, I can make it work.
October 19.
That's too late.
And it's getting close to.
I understand. Okay, so we have like something that pretty much works on the 12th and something that works for everybody on the 19th, but is super close to 127. So
You're meeting on October 12th, you will hand me a birthday.
How about expanded issue time? Expanded evidence time.
Cake or I'm not coming.
I think again.
All right. Will, is there a day that we can steer it towards to make your life easier?
Yeah, the 12th to the 15th.
Okay,
Like we did at the start of the.
that would be ideal, because then, because I think it's better if we
I'll
went
just
to,
push all this stuff to the weekend.
all right, okay. 12 to 16, mark your calendars.
12 to 15.
12 to 15, yes, sorry.
Do you have a preconceived notion about interrupt before interim?
What?
September or
October. Okay, great.
Martin, do you have a preconceived notion about interrupt before each room? Or interrupt after?
I, especially going Monday to Thursday, I would think we do interrupt first, so 12
I
and
mean, I like
13.
it. Interrupt first, I thought worked well this time compared to Denver where.
Yeah.
it was last.
I mean, we had gyrations because of venue in the past. Hopefully we avoid those. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, so 12, 13 interrupt, 14, 15 standards discussion. Okay. I don't know if we need to lock down a venue right now, but I do want to throw some names out, some places out there. I've had some discussions with Colin about maybe having it in Calgary. Nice thing about Calgary is it's super far north, which means it's a short flight for most people. It's also a place that few of us have been. I was once when I was a little kid, but nobody cares about that. Another thing we have.
Tell us about your trip.
It was great. Another interesting venue that has popped up is Akamai has an office in San Jose, Costa Rica. That is a longer flight for people. In San Jose, like, as someone who's been to, I've also been to Costa Rica, and I think you also hear about it. San Jose is not the place that tourists go to fly in and out. There's of course wonderful stuff further afield. If you're going to make a vacation out of this, that's great. San Jose is not what most people call nice, I think. You know, not that that matters a ton. Would anyone else like to propose a North American venue?
Is there, I mean, I noticed both of those are not in the United States. Is that because people don't want to come to the United States?
That was part of, I mean, that was part of my considerations.
Okay, I just wanted to know.
That was part of my consideration in approaching people about having a venue. It's not like a rule, like if we could, so you could absolutely propose an American city, and we could have a, I don't want to call it a consensus call, we could have a sort of vote basically about what we want to do here. Maybe not in this meeting. Yes.
One thing I'll point out is the IETF right after that is
It's also in the
Yeah.
which might influence a little bit. I would also throw up, if we're trying to do Canada locations, I think I'd rather do Calgary than Toronto, but I'm pretty sure we can get space in Toronto.
Vancouver?
Or Montreal, it's close to the Europe.
Or Montreal, we could do, probably.
Alan, I hate that because there's direct flight from
It's
Seattle.
almost better.
I have a space, US has some objections to it, I
Right.
understand that, but I have a space in, it's
Okay.
150 person theater.
Wow.
Coffee shop that we use. Is that, is interesting.
Okay.
I have a lot of dates in it, but I could probably do that.
Okay, so you're willing to pursue that. Okay, so
If it's interesting.
is someone willing to pursue advocating and logistically coordinating for some other venue in North America? I mean, people are saying it would be nice if, but
I'd be willing to pursue New York,
but
New York's really expensive. Yeah. My hotel last week was, or 2 weeks ago, was $180.
okay,
And it was crap.
okay. Arlen?
Have we considered possible regularly put out venues?
That's a little hard to do.
I mean, I will nominate Seattle again because it's cheap and easy,
Okay,
but I'm lazy.
well, it's easy.
I know.
Miami is also good for flights.
Does somebody have a location in Miami? Okay, I've never been to Miami. What place I haven't been?
Miami's nice for us, but at the beach.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so what I have is Calgary, San Jose, Costa Rica.
One was also offered Toronto, Calgary, was some offer.
Seattle, Toronto.
I'd rather do Calgary.
New York. And
Remember, Calgary is only an hour back, which is much more interesting.
I'm sorry, Calgary, Costa Rica, Seattle, Toronto, New York, and Atlanta. All right. All right. Oh, Miami, thank you. Okay, are there any of these where like, no way, no how? Would someone like to articulate on any of those cities? Like, that's not cool. It would be annoying for me, but like, this is real.
Atlanta's Warner Media, which might be part of Paramount at some point in time.
Okay. Is that in favor of Atlanta?
It's close for me.
Costa Rica may just land the auto filter at a level that made it difficult for travel, I'm not sure. I mean, part of it is like, wow, that really feels me.
Okay.
Travel. Part of it is like the senior manager.
All right. Before I have people like do a lot of work to coordinate stuff, I'm going to ask a show of hands about who finds something annoying, a location annoying. Okay, because like flights or because the hotels are expensive or whatever. There's no. Just like, I just want to get a sense of like what will maximize annoyance for people and maybe not have someone look at a resource that nobody actually wants.
Can I suggest though,
Yes.
you just put this up for vote. We can do this all offline. People can vote for their top 3 locations, stack rank it. Everyone has their own motivations, whatever, but I think collecting them here, there's a lot of people who want to come who aren't here. It would be better just.
Okay, that's a good idea. I'll do that. All right. Okay, so that would just be Costa Rica. So there's actually 2 notes about Costa Rica. All right, great. So we are done with that. Thank you. We're going to take a 13-minute break, and it'll be the issue-a-thon from 3 o'clock until we get
Until
tired.
you guys get through all the issues.
We're
locking the doors.
Until 6.
I'm leaving throw Alan through the window.
More than 6 is considered.
The week is confirmed. Yes.
I like having a lot.
Yeah, and I'm taking the plane, looking at the globe and like,
I am just checking it's like a.
You never know what we're gonna debate next. So friendly with ours. You think we have 600 million dollars worth of immigrants to round up?
Yeah, he's an boy there. I can't explain well. I can't say that. So basically,
One second.
cool.
So we have some and so we would like
But I think the but imagine there was a lot. And I think both my team either we sell at the same time. But that's right.
IETF stuff.
Part of as much as the challenge of
I am a I actually pointed out extended life. Yeah, well, and the relay doesn't know already. Some level of control. Yeah, we're also resting, like, we understand our electricity as well. We're going to electricity around, my guys will say that. Because we know that we control it. We then send that how will be. So that's the other tricky part. It's one side slows, the other side gets late.
We will need to like talk about how I. We do this with AWS. It doesn't, you don't.
We discussed this.
Then we can look at that, like, massage consensus. And we need to come up with a couple choices because, like, for those dates.
Yeah, we need to confirm that.
Okay. I think as long as we get about the value that's in the top, pretty good. All right.
Semi-intentionally. Let me go through. I started with, first of all, it was initially sorted most recent to oldest. And then I pulled draft 18 to the top. Or it was draft 18, which is like first. 15, draft 18.
There's a bit of a hole for you to get here.
then they're just like, Australians send it. And then I did it, I pulled a couple, I pulled the schoolhouses into like a random place. I put Luke's at the end. The lightning bolt means we're not going to
I was curious about that. I was like, is there?
Yeah, I thought there would be more, but like
What's our course?
that is but I've been surprised at how what's going on today.
Yeah.
Are we basically back on track now?
No, not really. All right, we're beginning. Time to start. We're beginning.
So you don't want a reason phrase, you want like you want reason Jason? Reason binary, type regulation. Are you stating right? Oh, no, you're going to reason bias. It's setup or it's request? Anything. We don't depend on
All right, Mo's been booked on tomorrow, but asked for 2 minutes, so Mo, start talking. Great, listen up.
We moved the top end, the track filter top end discussion till tomorrow. Because what we'd really like to know is there anything that we can help work on tonight and tomorrow to understand what people's concerns are? It's just about schedule. Not much we can do about that except say, we don't think we're going to extend. We think it's mature. We think we can, wrap up any loose ends well before the other issues get resolved. But if there's technical issues, I'd like to understand any of the people that objected. Let me know what you see as a problem, and we can work on some alternatives, or we can help, understand and make you understand what we think the real situation is implementation experience. Because we've had it running for months now in live demos, and everything seems to work pretty well. And it's a really compelling use case for any kind of live conferencing system. Everybody's going to have something like this. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to use the MOQ relay network. You have to stand up application nodes right next to your relays, which means you're not going to be using a relay. You're just going to run an application node. Just run a relay instance inside of your application node. So we would be defeating the MOQ network if we didn't have something like this. Stuff to run your own app server. But
I don't need the deal on why it's important. You're asking people to.
Yeah, so I'd like to hear if anybody has any specific objections, technical objections, worries about schedule, worries about quality of the text, worries about anything at all. And we'll noodle on it tonight and present something that hopefully addresses some of your concerns tomorrow.
Thank you, Mo. Alan, or Ian, either one, you're up for the rest of the day.
You're gonna be on that seat?
Also says time zone.
Yeah, we can't cancel it. There's a bug. But we can set a new timer.
Okay. These are all the open MOQ issues. So let's see what's just open that don't already have another slot or weren't trivial and are not marked editorial. We already got marked out of the way. So I'm going to get through as many. Oh, we're PR2. You can get them purged before we get there. Okay, so I have the draft 18 ones first. They're sort of generally sorted from most recent to oldest, but I bunched all the draft 18 stuff together. The first one was in draft 18, we added the ability to send a go away on a request stream. So you can like end an individual or like migrate an ongoing request, but it's not clear exactly is that who can send that, like, can the receiver send that for every message, and can the sender send that? So like publish and subscribe are interesting, where I think either the sender or the receiver can tell the other to go away, because the relay, for example, might be either in both cases. For a lot of the other messages, it only makes sense, I think, for the receiver to be able to send it go away. And then like for track status, it doesn't make any sense at all. And maybe not for fetch either. So,
Actually, I mean, on track status, I think does make sense, because you have to go upstream with track status. So if you're trying to shut down, you don't want to send an upstream request.
just request error.
But that's not the same thing at all, because that doesn't tell the person who got the error where to go.
There's a
Status
redirect.
wise.
You can request error with a redirect. Say like, go that.
Oh, okay. How's that different than go away?
The go back for after you, it's for long lived, like your subscription. I already sent you an okay, you were already talking, but now I want you to move because everyone else in your conference is on this other server. It's like more about migration than rejecting.
So, go away for client, I mean, is this really a publisher subscriber thing, or sender receiver thing, or really a client server thing?
Client server, because client initiates.
Yeah, it's unlikely that the client can tell the server to go away, but it can't tell it where to go.
Yeah. So,
So is that, do we just change the logic and just say only servers can send this? We don't have a lot of restrictions like that.
I mean, like, I think so.
We had that text,
That was for go away generally. I still believe in the client being able to tell the relay go away connection.
This is a request go away, so like.
But I think, I mean, I would be okay if we just say server only. And if you want to add a restriction, track status, it's just no.
I don't,
That's weird.
I have no convictions about this topic at all, but I think there's like these three different roles here. There's sender receiver, there's subscriber publisher, and there's client server. And I think we need to think clearly about what we're trying to do here. That's my vibe. I have no insight into the correct answer. What's that?
Like, what do people want in the draft? You want me to go think about it and come up with things?
That's kind of where I'm at, because I don't know, I'm not an HB guy, and so I'm not as comfortable with the go away concept as other people are.
I think I'm convinced that for requests to go away, only.
So like you can think about, subscribe sender, you say, what? So you say, no.
Sender of a subscribed namespace, the person who sent that.
The request for subscribe namespace.
I can't tell the other, I can't tell, I don't want the sender, I sent that to the server, why would I tell him to go somewhere else?
So what's the use case of publish, sender, yes?
The relay can be a published sender.
Yeah, and what's the reaction when I am publishing and I said you go away? Where do you tell me to go?
The relay next door, like,
But I am publishing. What are you gonna?
but I'm, right, maybe there's somebody else that you can get a better service from if you. Oh, you're
No,
saying,
they don't
what
want
you
to
do?
publish when I'm.
Publish doesn't make sense for the sender.
So like, a subscriber should never send go away, right? Because like, if you, like, I don't need to come up with another subscriber as a publisher if like this one goes away, right? This is like, just terminate the connection.
What's the purpose of the restriction? Why do you care if we identify every message where it's valid to
Would
send?
you say that make it valid now, make it valid everywhere?
If somebody sends it and it's not valid, what's the receiver ever gonna do?
I can also live with that. I don't want to spend a ton of time on this.
Should I take that back? A publisher.
Let me take it from those angles. Is anybody gonna have heartburn if we just say like, anybody can send it at any time, and if the receiver doesn't like it, they can
Well, when the heartburn comes in the determinism, if I want to get people off of the CDN and I say go away, I want it to be a must. They must go away.
Yeah.
Not, you can react to this if you like, because it may or may not be appropriate, which is kind of where we're going.
I think it's more like, there are nonsensical cases where I could send it to you. You're done with the right
We need
message.
to put it with a must go away. And we can't have these loosey-goosey cases where the must makes no sense, because then how does the client?
I mean, you can tell people to go away, but they may not. Like, even if you tell them to, and you can write it down, the protocol police are not gonna be there to say anything.
So I actually retract my previous comment, because if the requester is a publish and it's a client, you may actually want to find someone else to upload to. So in that case, you actually do want to do
The
subscriber.
subscriber is sending you.
Yes.
So only receiver.
So maybe it's the request, I don't know what receiver means.
The person who received the message. Like there's a request message column.
Okay.
Did you send it out or did you receive it?
Okay, so yeah, the receiver of the request message or the receiver of the go away?
Receiver of the request, oh, I see.
Okay,
Receiver of the
well,
request message.
in many ways I'm confused, but that's one. Okay, so yeah, so, okay, so I'm glad that the receiver of any message except track status or whatever can send, that seems to be sensible. Given what I've just.
Do you want one for fetch also? Like, if you want running fetch?
I don't want any really, but I'm just trying to do something that makes sense.
I'm gonna tell you what, I'm gonna move on from this issue. I'm making more specific proposal. Come back and see.
Okay.
Okay. Noted. Ian, are you taking notes on the issues?
Oh, I can.
Yeah. Although that one was like, I'm not sure that there was clear conclusion. I think we should think about more. Okay, request okay in response to request update lacks the request ID. So we removed request IDs when we went to byte streams from a lot of places. But that means that if I send multiple request updates on a subscription, the request OKs can come in any order. In draft 18, you have to assume that they come in FIFO. There's no other way in. That smells like HTTP 1.1, which doesn't sound great. So we can do that. We can assume that when you respond to a request update, you must send the OKs in the order that you receive the updates. Or we could limit you to one outstanding request update at a time. Or you have to add a correlator into request OK, so you can match it up to the request update that goes with. You don't need to do it for request error because your request error doesn't matter which one failed, they all fail. We could also potentially make that correlator optional so that like the first request OK, that's like OK track status, I guess. That doesn't, we could skip it there. It's like more complexity in parsing.
Any of the stuff that we talked about today that's used in request update, long lived, like switch from, is that in request update?
Switch from could you can have a long running switch from and then you can send another request while that's pending to change the priority.
You can have switch from in a request update, not the bear subscribe?
Yeah.
So that locks up a request update forever. It's like
Which means you have to have a correlator. You don't want to limit to one.
I think the biggest problem with this, having transactions,
So I'm inclined to agree. So put request ID back in request OK.
Yeah.
Send it all the time, or send it only when it's in response, or only when it's response to a request update.
You could just call it update okay. We already have 3
When
okay.
is it not in response to the request update?
When it's in response to a track status, a publish, subscribe namespace, or a publish namespace. Because if it's the first one, you don't need to send the ID. But I don't know if it's worth the parsing heartache. I'm getting. Just say it's ignored on the first one. No. It has to be the same as the one.
Why would I have 3 code paths when I could have 1 code path?
It just means there's an error case, which is I sent you a track status with request ID to 0, and you sent request OK, a different request ID. Which, even though, but on the same byte stream. It's just one more thing I have to check. It's fine. I agree. I'd rather have that than 3 parsing paths.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I don't care, up to you, but like, if that's, yeah, that's fine that way. I mean,
Okay, so,
you have to do that with parsing.
like, I guess, the reason I got in the queue is like, I'm trying to understand how this happens and how this solves it. So I'm trying to imagine, like, I send a request that has an auth token, which has to go to some server somewhere. And like, there's another request update that has other stuff.
Changes the
Okay.
priority, which happens.
Well, like, don't we have the same problem when there's a request update that does both? Like, if I have the auth token and like, that has to wait, but there's this other, like, parameter that's changing that I can acknowledge immediately.
Presumably, you have to wait for the whole thing to come back before you send it over. We
So-
can add text to that.
Well, I mean, so I mean, I guess we have this problem.
There's no request hack update over.
Well, yes, exactly. So I mean, I feel like we have this problem anyway. And
The difference is that the publisher's withholding that until it's done. Is the way to solve that. The subscriber doesn't have to deal with that.
right, so I mean, like, if it happens to be in the same request update, you have this sort of head of line blocking problem anyway.
Headline blocking is on the publisher side before it can send you.
Yes.
But the subscriber doesn't have to have a little queue of IDs to like figure out which
Okay, well, regardless, like, the subscriber is going to have a queue of request updates, whether they're indexed by request ID or just in strict order.
Right, that's the only thing we're talking about.
That happens either, that's just a map or a list, or queue, whatever, okay. But what this is trying, it's like, the reason we don't want to do a FIFO queue, I think, is that you're concerned about line blocking of request OKs. And I'm saying is you kind of have that problem anyway, because you can have disjoint fates to stuff inside a single request update.
I think it gives me the heat, the head of, like, doing a FIFO queue of request OKs gives me the heat. Like,
Okay.
but do you like it? I mean.
Like, it's not the biggest deal because it's all about like parsing annoyance. And like you said, like stupid error checking and like multiple parsing path and like all this like stuff that's annoying to implement. I don't understand your angst about the FIFO queue.
On the publisher side, you have to buffer up all the responses because they could all have variable, runtimes.
I think
So
in this case, it's whether they both have to have a queue, right?
Yeah,
Certainly the client needs to subscribe a data structure to correlate, but the publisher can do whatever it wants, as long as each thing only goes out when it's done. So it's simple.
But you don't have to send them a
Well, in principle, I could get 5 request updates to all have like pending stuff to them, right? So I could still end up with a pile of things. Like if I have 5 auth tags that are in.
But you don't have to worry about sending responses in. Oh, that's actually matters.
I think in that case, if I go to like a parallel can go, they can come in different order.
If they have different largest objects,
Yes.
that matters. Like you need to know, like I sent you a request with this range, and the largest object that came back in the response is actually important that it matches. You have to know that the which OK matched which.
Yeah, which means that, well, I mean, but you can accomplish that with FIFO just as easily as you can with an request ID.
How much do you care? I feel like we should,
Not that much.
I think we should put the ID in and move on.
I mean, like it seems unnecessary, but it's not a big deal.
Does anybody else want to speak? I've heard a few voices for correlator and one voice for those. Okay.
I really don't want to limit the other side. Like 2 doesn't work for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. Two is out of the
Okay.
question.
I got that.
Yeah, no.
Just have the.
Okay. I'm adding the correlator.
We already have the ID on one side, so basically, I hate request ID, but like, it's already there.
Okay.
Well, we're not far from killing it.
Actually, no. If you go read book 1642, it's all over the place. That's how you identify.
No, but we should use track alias for that, which is what my bike shit is.
That's why I know that's
Stick
not
the baseball
an
bat to the bee's nest.
But the request error part really, really seems like it's a pitfall waiting to happen for apps. The request error part that you always kill the entire first transaction before you even did the request update. I think we need something stronger in the spec to highlight that, because that seems like a pitfall everybody's gonna hit. Request error fails everything. Even
Request error is terminal on subscription. Are you saying that we shouldn't make it terminal, or that we should just make it
maybe we
clear
should
that
think
it is?
about ways to not make it terminal in cases where it's not. I understand you don't want the complexity of rolling back the update, to previous state, if you don't know the previous state. Yeah, in those cases, maybe you have to fail, but in the cases where you,
I don't know.
it's pretty drastic. You do a little minor update, forward equals 1 or something. The guy says,
That can't
"Oh,
be.
your subscription's dead."
We have Luke in the queue.
All right, we'll try this. Why does it matter what order we get the request OKs back? Like,
You missed the morning thing about 1642, but it'll have a large, it's gonna sometimes have the largest object in it, and that matters for how you process those files.
yeah, I mostly just don't want like a branching fork of like 5 different request updates that all depend on each other, and I don't know. I feel like this is just a single subscription. Headline blocking is okay. That's
It's not everything. Now what do I do? So I'm hearing equal parts of it though, and
What's the problem you're trying to solve?
me? Yeah, I wanna not have a fifth one.
This one, okay, I'm just trying to clarify, it's just like, you found the issue, so, I don't know.
Or, I mean, honestly, if the working group said, let's just have, I'm fine, I just wanna make sure we all understand what we have done. I would prefer not to have to build on the publisher side, the like, my response to you is ready, but I can't send it to you yet, case. And I can solve that by having a corollary.
Especially if the timeliness of the response matters. If something you updated matters to the subscriber, and you're not telling, you updated it, but you're not telling him about it.
So the way I would actually implement this is not read subsequent request updates if I get okay the previous one, rather than build a queue, actually, as a publisher. But
Again, more machinery, there would be so much.
I mean, not reading is very easy. But I guess, like, is there danger in processing request updates out of order? I mean, processing is the wrong word, but like.
The long-lived ones were the problem. The ones
Well, I mean,
that
but
take seconds or.
if there's a request update and like I can do some of the parameters and maybe not some of the others, but I can't okay it, and then like, so like there's some parameters are still pending, and then like there's another request update with other parameters, but like the earlier parameter is not pending. Like, can I really okay that and like approve those parameters without knowing that all the other parameters are okay?
Yeah, Maman.
Oh, okay.
So don't you have request update coalescing? Yes. So if you have multiple request updates, then the other endpoint can just process multiple of them at once and send a request error.
It says it has to send it okay for each of them, doesn't it?
Okay.
Well, like here's a problem. So like if auth, so say there's so the auth token's a great example. Say the first request update is an auth token that goes off to some server, right? Okay. And then the subsequent request updates like require permissions, and they're reliant on the request update, on the auth token update to be authorized. So I need special logic to like process these subsequent request updates that are dependent on the previous request update. Or I need to know something like that. Seems very thorny to me. I think it's much better. I mean, you can do it. I think you need to. I think the easiest thing to implement is not to read their. If I request that update and I cannot immediately respond to it, I would stop reading on that stream until I'm able to. That's not needing to do any sort of queuing.
That's what the HTTP Online implementation does.
Sure, sounds great.
I hate it. I think it's like the other, like if you screw it up, like you accidentally send 2 OKs when you meant to send 1, or like you can end up getting the wrong OK matched with the wrong request. It can end up being a security problem.
Not if you don't read the request.
No, it's just a general problem of not having. This is one of the reasons why H2 is so much better than H1 in my opinion. Is that like if I send you a response, like there's the correlator means like that you can't. It's unambiguous.
Put the request update on different streams if they're not in sequence.
Wait, hold on. We're not talking about
processing request updates out of Word, right?
We sort
No,
of.
no, no, we're just talking about sending you a response letter.
Why don't we create subgroups on the control screens?
If we do it once.
Hold on. So, I mean, we sort of are. I mean,
No.
yes, we are. Well, okay, in the sense that, like, well, it depends what you mean by process. I mean, you're reading the frame, but you're not able to completely process it yet, which is why you can't send okay. So I get an auth tag and I don't know if it's valid or not, right? So, like, have I processed it? I mean, in some sense, I read it off the script.
You better not start like applying the next request update, like,
Okay.
while you're still trying to.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
is explicitly out.
Like, huh?
Coalescing of.
Yeah, you never email the request update.
Otherwise, also the coalescing thing doesn't work either, because like, I mean, if you start, if I start reviewing request updates, I can get some crazy things to happen, I guarantee.
This is what I'm saying. So there's no need to stack up like future request OKs, because you cannot send that request OK until the first Monday.
Yes, I think so.
Is that great with switch from being open indefinitely?
What's that?
Is that great with switch, if I send a request update with switch from, then in fact, I can't cause any other request updates on that package to switch from is done. That's what you're saying.
Can you cancel a request update?
I mean, I think so. I think that's right.
You just use the front again.
If it's too late, he's off in the weeds, I can't do anything.
You can always unsubscribe.
The
But
group's not coming, the auth server's not responding, I'm just waiting for a long ass timeout. Is it my timeout or is it the server's timeout?
I propose we do number one, because the fact that the request ID would allow the computing that you can process these out of Word is scary.
I think they still can,
Okay.
We should make it.
If you do multiple files,
message, you can probably start working on all of them at once, but you create a different time.
Yeah.
Now, how is it different if I do parameters and messages that are coalesced and they send them?
So we're still talking about five.
There's a queue, guys, there's a queue. Suhas?
you have to do a lot of this. If you know, I would say, because I want it. All I'm expecting people can figure it out, then you don't understand that. Right, you can say, you actually just do pretty cancel. We don't do that. I think I can, there are a lot of multiple different within a variety. Also, you can't say like, you can't say multiple, but by the way, I just want to try. It's kind of, you know, halfway there, not halfway there. Okay. So.
Suhas, can you put what we said in the chat, because I guess Assad could not hear.
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Is that all you came to say?
No, I forgot what I wanted to say.
Okay, fair enough. Well.
This is really only about whether the responses can come back asynchronously. Everything is processed, FIFO coming in, everything is processed in the order that it came in.
Well,
it's just that you may not necessarily need to wait for completion, but whoever's executing it should be wise enough to know this operation needs to execute, otherwise I can't do the other operations. Or no, I can do these other operations right away. It's the order of the responses that can be asynchronous, right?
I think that's right, but I think, you know, I think the landmine step that I didn't anticipate is like that. People may be assuming that the request updates need to be executed. Or that you can't start executing the second one until you're done executing the first one. That's something to want.
I would argue some maybe, most probably not. And it's up to the executor of the request update to figure that out.
But the relay may not know. I mean, stuff could be being passed up upstream in some cases, and you don't know what the upstream is going to do. I mean, maybe you're withholding.
Mess. Oh my gosh.
It's a mess.
If we are going to add an ID or request OK, I would like to, we should say that when you coalesce request updates, you only send one request OK, and you only send the latest ID, because because that would allow a peer to debug an issue if there was for some reason an issue with the request update coalescing.
We already said it's.
Well, we say that now, but there's no reason to actually require, like, they're sent in an order. Like if I send, say, I processed 18, that means I already processed it 16, 14. Like, I think that has some small amount of value, because it tells you that you're coalesced and then apply them. That also means that you can differentiate, you know, that you will never get, say, like a fetch stream or whatever, for like the first time you said 4 equals 1, and then you said 4 equals 0, and then you said 4 equals 1 again. It'll be clear that like you're only going to get the last thing. You're not going to get the intermediate, like that stream or whatever other side effects that might happen. That's your resistant example.
The case where you're trying to change forwards quickly and like some way I'm going down seems like really like I'd like to be able to, like, that's why the one I was talking about. But the security ones seem a little bit, I'm trying to get my head around if I'm updating a token in a token cache, and then the next request relies on that token cache, or, you know, I mean, I guess I can't send the next one because I don't have the ID. No, I have the ID. And it just seems like as soon as people started talking about security and these things being a little bit out of order responses, it raised red flags for me.
It also occurs to me that this principle is not new in 18.
No, this is
like,
so there's 2 layers of problem here. So one is like what is less annoying to implement, like having this request ID field or doing a FIFO queue. But like the real problem is can we begin processing request update number 2 when request number 1 is not complete with processing yet?
And that seems unlikely in many cases.
Then you shouldn't even have a FIFO, you should make it a protocol error to send us a second request update.
No, because it can be done in sequence. Like I need to update my token or whatever, and then like half an RTT later realize I want to make a change, and those can be pipelined in the thing, but they have to be processed in order. It's not that you can't have 2 outstanding request updates, it's that they got to be processed in order. Now, like
maybe I'm coming around here, bro.
Okay.
I want to also
Yeah, I changed my mind. I think this makes sense to be a FIFO, and things that must be processed in order and responded in order too. So if you were to coalesce, those are still processed in order. So the last thing would apply if you coalesce.
So
all I was saying, all this individual applies we everywhere in the auth section we like say unless the person is not authorized or not. I don't think that's about the as long as we make clearly identified. That's the request where any implementation or any other implementation has to process in the order. But there are some work that can be done unless there is a few work that can parallelize my thing for 4 different requests. But that okay can be. I don't think that has to be sent in that order.
I don't know, maybe I'm coming around to the idea that like you do have to process the updates in order. If you have a switch pending, then all the request updates that are behind it, they won't execute until after the switch is done. And they may block for a long time. And like, if we really think it's important to execute things in order, a great way to enforce it is by not putting a request ID in there. Like, there's no advantage.
Well, at the moment, we still need a request ID for the switch from thing, I think.
No, I'm not getting rid of request ID from the entire protocol.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just saying, we don't need to re-add it into a request okay. We need to say FOQ is how the subscriber, the requester has to manage the responses, and it's how the publisher has to respond to things. And that will sort of give a hint to the publisher that
So
processing that order.
I could probably be convinced that processing out of order was unclear. If somebody really wants this property, like I would need to see an analysis that was safe. Like my instinct is that it's very much not safe.
What I heard is not processing. I heard completely blunt, it cannot be parallelized at all. Everything must be serialized. Every request update must serialize all of its processing until completion and act. Then you go to the next one. That's what I heard people saying. And that's definitely not anywhere in the spec right now.
No, this is probably existed since we added request.
I mean, here's another example. So like first request is auth tag plus forward equals 0. Second request type is forward equals 1. And then I act them in reverse order. What's the forward state on this track? I mean, I think there's an answer, but that's hideous.
In that case, if the update second one first, you get a request here, but it's not.
Maybe. Maybe if you're proactively refreshing.
Yeah.
And it's valid until.
I mean, I'm throwing the token solely to cause a delay in the processing of the first one. That's the point of that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I think you can write something down about that, like actually it's the highest request ID, but that's gross.
Can anybody, so Mo, it sounds like you have a real problem saying you can't start processing the next request update until.
I worry about these long-lived ones. I worry about things that we talked about today that wait forever to send back subscribe okay.
Well, here's that for you. I think it's counterbalanced by it may not be safe to do it. And unless we go param by param, and say, well, if your request update had these, then it's fine. But those, then you need to wait.
Well, probably together with us, it's like the messages are in order, but you like call us better parameters.
That's okay. That seems fine. It's a coalescible.
So, well, the market example is probably coalescible.
Well, I mean, I think, yes, that is coalescible.
So it's not out of order, but it's not.
It's coalescible, but you have to wait until the first request update is complete, which introduces delay. So you could process request 0 and request 1. Hold on I mean, you would have to.
Looking from
You can't, right, so like the point is, like, if you want to get an early request okay on the second one, by definition can't coalesce them. You have this weird thing where like the ordering is first, and like it's not logically you can disentangle that, but I find that to be like really gross. That say you got the okay for forward equals 1, then the okay for forward equals 0, and somehow the state is forward equals 1. That's
the practical problem I see today when you describe switch from. First thing I thought of is, okay, I'm down switching. I have this high rate stream. I need to drop down to something lower. I want to be graceful. I said, switch from, from or to.
Switch from,
yeah. Switch from soft mode. And I think I picked a group, safely 2 or 3 groups in the future. I said, switch them. I immediately get object on that other group right away. And I still keep getting the high bandwidth stream, and I now can't, I can't do anything about it.
You could reset the stream. Object arrival is neither here nor there. Like if you do the subscribe, like you should get if you do the switch from, like you should get the request okay relatively soon, right?
You never know. It depends on when objects arrive at the relay for the next rounds.
So just to check here, is everyone in the queue or have they forgotten to leave it?
Oh.
Otherwise we should start.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So how? Okay.
I am only here to say, I think we should move to the next issue.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Yeah.
we'll have to come back to it. People want to think about it overnight, wait, and I'm sending mine toward Pivo, not to the worry mode.
So but you still want to have some tighter language saying that processing must be serialized, right? We're not allowing
Except
parallel.
coalescing's okay. Yes.
So it's not serial. It's up to the publisher's discretion how it wants to deal with serializing or parallelizing.
But how do you do if you don't have a request ID field? I don't know how you do coalesce. And this goes back to the story. This is like the second order spelling issue.
Okay, everybody think about it, and we'll come back to it tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, you have time for that.
Okay. What do fin and reset, what are the semantics of fin and reset of a request? So in draft 17, or before draft 17, there was only one way to cancel a subscription. You say unsubscribe. Now there are 3 things that you can do. You can either send a reset or a fin on the right half of your stream, or you can send a stop sending on the read half. And do these all mean the same thing? So my proposal, or the way I implemented my draft 18 is that reset and stop sending, if I reset the write half as a requester or responder, or if I stop sending the read half, that's canceled. Does anybody have a different interpretation of those?
Unsubscribed is basically saying the person is reading things and no one's integrated. So in that case, the equivalent of that is responsive.
Yes. What if they don't, what if they send, what if instead of they send the stop sending on the read, they send you a reset on the write?
I'll just say.
I sent the same, I sent the subscribe on the right half of the stream. I then send reset stream on that, but I don't stop sending the read half. How should the receiver interpret?
Like, are you gonna writer?
Subscriber in this case, send subscribe,
Can subscribe.
and then I send a reset stream on that.
The receiver will subscribe.
The sender of the subscribe then resets the violation. Okay, so that's what you're saying, that's the same as stop sending on the receive side.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I think. Ali?
So the way we implemented this in your MOQ is use reset when the sender, the publisher realizes that it won't make sense to send this data anymore because it's too late. And the stop sending data is sent by the subscriber, trying to say that to the relay or the publisher, hey, look, I'm no longer interested in this because it's too late for us.
I'm saying this, okay, so you're saying that there's like what the subscriber can do and what the semantics need. I'm asking this question. I'm a subscriber. I send subscribe, I then send reset stream. What does the publisher do?
The publisher should treat it as unsubscribed.
I think that's the equivalent of unsubscribe.
Okay.
Well, no, actually, yeah, kill all streams,
Yes, okay. I think we're on.
no publish
If I
done.
stop sending the read or reset the write, those are both unsubscribed. Either one is an unsubscribe.
Yeah, because you can no longer update a subscription.
It's no longer a Bandai stream if you do either one of those, so the stream's dead.
Okay, well, okay.
The
That's,
Bandai aspect of the stream is dead, so it's not control stream
Okay.
anymore.
write that down. We're gonna roll it. All right. Okay, the next question is Fin, and Fin seems slightly different. To me anyway, which is like, if I send you a subscribe, and then I send a Fin, that might mean I don't plan to send any request updates to this. If I wanted to cancel it, I had two other options. But Fin means from the sender side, I'm just not going to do that. But from the publisher side.
No.
Receiver side.
You're closing it. It's a closing.
Okay, so you're
Close
saying,
it, clean close.
the reason why I thought that way was I started from track status, which is like, for track status, I'm gonna set track status and Fin in the same flight.
But forget MOQ. In general, TCP, quick, whatever. Clean close is the way to do anything.
In HTTP 1.1, I can send a get and a Fin in one. I can do it in H2 or in H3.
Clean close is the way you just close something.
Like in H3, I open a byte stream, I send a get, and I Fin that stream. And I still get a response. That Fin is not a cancellation. So, I don't know why they're going to run about that. I don't know, I'm just saying, say, in the network of I just say, I'm going to Fin that is not all of it. That's not what Fin means. Fin means I am done sending to you.
But you also get anything that's.
And I want everything to be delivered. Don't cancel out the Fin, let me get. Yeah. If I send you a get and a reset stream, that's canceled. So anyway, the way I've treated it now is that the requester sending Fin just means I'm not going to send you request updates, and if I don't want anymore, I'll stop sending. On the flip side, the receiver sending Fin does seem like a cancellation.
So do you mean a subscriber, on a subscribe stream, sending Fin means your subscription is open?
That is what I've currently done is like, if I send a Fin, it just means I'm not going to do this in mind because I allow the application to send request update whenever they want. So I don't send a Fin. But I think like track status is a great example. So to send track status in a Fin, I still want I still want the answer. I'm just not going to send you anything.
So I mean,
there's nothing left to say.
I would look at it this way. An unsubscribe is almost by definition like sort of like unclean close, right? So that's because you just don't send me anything. Don't send me old objects. Like I'm done. Don't give me anything. But to me, it's almost like there's certain messages that indicate a clean close. So request error, I think you want that message to be delivered. But it is a clean close. So that, it makes sense to send fin after that. Publish done, I think, is another example. I'm gonna send publish done, I'm gonna send to fin, and then like we're still gonna do stuff for a while, right? I think on the other side, oh, I could also know, all right, on the requester side, for a subscribe, I think you could end it on subscribe, maybe not instantly, maybe you subscribe and then you sit around for a little while and then you send a fin. Or on request update. I think those are the two messages where that makes sense.
But do you think fin sent from the subscriber side ends the subscription? Or does it just say, I'm not sending any more requests?
I think it should mean I'm not sending more request updates.
Okay, that's what I think too.
Because like we already have a signal for the other thing, which is
two other signals.
Yes. Well, stop sending is why do you stop sending? That's just latency, but whatever. Yeah, okay. Like,
Can everyone live with that? You're okay with that? Fin is not canceled.
Only question is, how long will the transition be over?
Until the subscriber actually unsubscribes by sending her to stop sending, or until subscription finishes because the publisher published on it.
so publisher fin or reset or client reset.
So that would be in this state for hours.
The subscriber has a way out. It's on their track. It ends up sending whatever they want.
From my question, why would someone send a thing was sending?
There's no unsubscribe message. Yeah. Why would they send a fin instead of a reset?
Because they want all the data.
They want to make sure the peer got all the
Because it's
data.
how you
They
do
don't
a
plan to
clean
send
close. Reset is a stupid thing to do in almost any protocol. Clean closes at the end.
I understand that
Shouldn't
one,
be
but
doing
the thing is
resets.
that like, what you're saying is that if I go in, I will chemistry experience.
Do you want the response?
It's like opening it up.
Do you want the response or not?
I do. But there are two independent halves of the stream. I can close one because I'm not sending anymore. It doesn't mean I don't want the answer. If I didn't want the answer, I would have stop sending.
What is the next step of reset practice? It never closes.
It'll close when if you unsubscribe, it'll close. If you think if your API maps unsubscribe to stop sending, then nothing can change.
Right, but you're saying that I do self-in and then stop something.
If you want to, this is in my world universe, for subscriptions in particular, I never have cause to send it. If you like, either the publisher ends it because it's done, or I unsubscribe by sending stop send. But
well, wait a minute. So strictly speaking, if the publisher fins it, you also need to fin it.
Yeah, I'll fin back if the publisher.
Okay, yeah.
Do we have any data about what firewalls and processes like do to connections left in half closed for a long period?
It doesn't see it.
They can't see it.
It's just simply not true. Okay, I know people say that at IETF, but it's simply not true.
Well, there's no such thing as a quick connection that's half closed. There's streams that are half closed, and they definitely can't see them.
So there's still acts going the other way.
I'm talking about the ones that are fully manned in the middle.
I mean,
connection, right?
No idea.
Okay, but it hasn't been a problem that anyone's had it in deployments.
No, I've had other problems with Google, it's not my problem. Yes, I did. I think then, meaning you can't do any more request updates makes sense because that's correct. That tracks status comment. I think that if I send a subscribe, I think you must not send a fin until you send like a publish done or like an error or something.
You mean the publisher? Publisher?
The publisher.
Oh,
so you can't just fin it without like sending a message right before you fin it. That's not cool. I think that's like a protocol violation, and you should like kill this.
After publish done?
No, before publish done. Just finning the stream,
You mean
not
this-
sending publish.
Okay, so
done.
actually,
That's this issue.
Oh,
Can you fin? can you fit a response byte stream without
No,
setting
you can't.
control? We'll come back to that in a second.
Okay, okay, then never mind, that's the case.
Yeah. Okay, so or you can point actually summarize this with.
Okay, the summary, I think I hear at least a few people agreeing with me that thin means no more, thin from the sender means no more updates. And if you wanted to cancel it, you have two choices, reset and stop sending. Can anyone not live with that?
Doesn't reset have the side effect that you may lose data?
Yeah, so if you don't want to do that, send stop sending.
And then you should just.
And then, what do you
Do
want to
that,
do? Reset?
Wait, what do you mean
recommend
stop sending?
against reset?
Wait, no, not stop sending. Said, stop sending is going to cause a reset, which is also going to cause you to lose data.
I don't care about the last 10 bytes of error.
Well, what you're stopping sending is like whatever the publisher was gonna say.
No, but what you're resetting is your own stuff. You might not have gotten what you just sent.
You're canceling the request, what do you want to get?
So, reset means, I don't want any more objects. So like, stop sending me objects.
No, we're not talking about resetting the data stream, we're talking about resetting the control stream. the byte stream,
That's right. No, like it means that I do not want any more objects, so do not give me any more objects.
Reset means whatever on that control stream I sent, I have no idea if you got it or not.
It doesn't matter anymore because you're not interested in the subscription.
But it means, I think the other point is the receiver may not even know there was a subscribe. If I said subscribe and then reset right behind it.
Yeah, it's the reset stream at.
That's okay, that's it, like in HTTP, the same thing is true, I said, you open the stream, send you a get, send you a reset, you might not get the get. Isn't that what you want?
It seems like a crazy way to close the stream to me to say, forget anything I ever sent you on this stream.
It's actually better when you think about it from your relay's point of view, because it's less, like, the subscribers are already abandoned it, why would you do any work?
I'd like to see this all sort of written out, all the cases and error cases as well. What I worry is that when I'm doing stats and everything else, I want to be able to differentiate clean closes from not clean closes. Now, I can't think of a reason why this doesn't work, okay? I can't think of one, but like, man, there's a lot of cases, and we're not talking about a specific message here, we're talking about all the messages without considering each one individually. I just wonder, I don't know, I think we're on the right path, but I think we should make a table and a list and cover all the cases, and we're gonna have to spell this out super clearly for everyone.
I think the clean, yeah, I think the really clean option, like, I subscribe, publisher sends me a subscribe okay, sends me data, publish done, they send a fin, I send it. Like, that's very happy.
So, yeah,
And then everything flows as clean.
So my editorial suggestion is it may be useful to say for each type of request, what messages can immediately precede a fin.
Okay.
Like, I don't think request okay should ever, or subscribe okay should ever be followed by fin. Like, it should either be followed by like a request error because of an update or a publish done. Unless, of course, it just resets, but that's a different deal. So, yeah, and every request type, I think, is different in that regard, so that's a lot of words for a table or something, but,
yeah.
but that might make it easier to reason about and implement.
I think that type of thing sort of needs to be in the draft long-term coding.
Yeah, I was suggesting that it's text in the draft.
Like, when you sit down to write 18, you have to basically go like.
Because I mean, as I'm by defining stuff and dealing with this, and actually specific messages that these are the ones where I send it in, and the other ones I don't.
Yeah.
And so I think that's how it kind of manifests itself.
Okay. So this is related, but not exactly the same, which is like the one we just talked about. If I don't send a publish done, but I sent a, is it a fin after that? Like, do you simulate a publish done if you send a publish and then object after object and then a fin with no publish done? The receiver can pretend that that was like publish done with some like sensible error or some sensible values. I'm not sure what else you would do.
Why do we have publish done?
What's that?
Why do we have publish done instead?
So publish done can signal the end of a subscription with an error code, or it can be like a non-error code. It tells the subscriber why their thing ended, and it tells them how many streams they need to wait for if they want to make sure they get everything.
So metadata about done is what we need it for.
No, it's about the number of streams, because that allows you to delete the state. If you're unsubscribing, you don't care because you don't want the old streams, so you just destroy your state immediately.
So I guess I'm just advocating that like, do you want to make it a protocol violation if the publisher has a fin with no done? And like close the whole session?
Well, or an error, request error.
Well, the request is going away anyway.
It's either a protocol error or nothing.
Well, why is it going away?
Because if the stream fin, so like,
Well, so I think stream fin needs to follow.
I'm saying, well, how should the
messages.
subscriber react if they get?
A fin after an inappropriate message.
A fin after some okay with no done.
He must have got. I mean, like, my instinct is protocol error. I don't see that should ever happen, but like, I don't know if you want to make it a. Well, you can't do a request error.
I say, yeah, yes, I do. It's not going to. I use the stream count to make sure I get all the streams in one show.
So to me, like,
You just be looking at like the track messages. Like we have markers, we have markers on the data.
How do you, this is like consensus from like two IETFs, we're not opening it.
I'm sure, I understand, but before we got the other things,
there's streams you've never seen that might be out there. That's the problem.
You could have already gotten the one that's in track ended, and there's still another stream before that you haven't seen
You're in
yet.
descending order, and there's like a thing from zero that's still sitting out there waiting to finish it up. Okay, so the only two things you can do are send a reset in response to that, or throw a protocol error. Like those are the.
Do you want to close the session when silence? That's question number one.
My reflex is protocol error, but maybe someone will show me like some sort of like exploit on relays where like you're tearing down someone else's. I don't think so.
Seems heavy.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be a scrub of the entire spec for all the protocol. Because it's very heavy-handed right now.
Yeah.
It's an issue.
I mean, in general, we're heavy-handed when we want people to do the right thing.
There's at least one example of one that's.
I don't feel strongly about this. Like, I'm really trusting you to do the right thing here. Like, if you have, like, if you decide it should be a reset or a protocol error, like, I think either one is fine.
What do you do if you don't get your stream count? What does your implementation do if you don't get the stream count?
Treat it like maxing.
I've got a really back up. Why don't we say you must send a publish done before the end? Okay, that's all. That's it.
Yeah. No,
That's it. And we don't say anything about what the receivers do. Just say you must send a publish done before the end.
That's, I think we use it.
Do we?
I think so.
We can. I'm okay with that.
I think we send something like that.
I mean.
And then you can either reset it or you could not even say whether it's a reset or a protocol error.
It doesn't matter.
It's just a bad implementation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
All right, yeah, I can live with that.
Thanks,
for. That issue is again.
Is it a request for a session error in response without a control message first? So,
Yes.
no, is it a request error or a session error?
I think there's way too many session errors.
But you can't send a request error on your own subscribe, right?
No, this is like, I send you a subscribe, you send me a fin.
No, I get that. But,
Should I close it? Should I close the connection?
oh, or send a reset, like those, because your recommendation is request error, but I don't think you
Yeah,
can send a
so
request.
that's, yes, I mean, reset this, it only affects this request.
I don't care, like I get one.
Or we just do the same thing we just did, just like.
Before,
Must not do that, not tell you why. What to
before
do.
we had the single control stream, it made a lot of sense to allow these protocol violations to just rip out everything, because there's only one stream that's kind of unrecoverable if there's error somewhere in the middle of it. Now we have all these other streams. It should only be limited to those streams. It should not kill the entire connection.
Yeah, let's call it.
I agree.
Let's just
And the ones
say
that are
must not.
lightning we're not allowed to send much now.
Can we record the conclusion?
Yeah,
Answer.
Is the answer the same as the last one?
Yeah.
Which is like,
Call
we
it.
must send one of these things?
I think we
We're just
should,
gonna leave it
in
open.
this case, we really want to make it.
So fin, for each request type, there's gonna be certain, like the fin must be preceded by one of these message types on every given stream type for both ends, right? And if you don't do that, then you violate the protocol, and the receiver can do whatever they want with that. They can send reset, or they can blow up a session or whatever, but we're not gonna say that. I think that's the conclusion.
So you must send a response message, request of yada yada.
There are specific message types that must immediately precede a fin for each stream type. This is me, right? This is mine, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Great, now you can take a, drink some water. Okay, so I was, and you maybe won't tell, I was implementing publishers differently and had questions. So okay, in subscribe, the way it works is the subscriber is allowed to specify a group order, and I believe the publisher must honor that if it's provided. But if it's not provided, you go to the publisher default group order, whatever that is, and that's fine. Interestingly, you were not allowed to request update the group order because I think we decided that was ugly. All right, publish by definition. Look, forget about subscribe tracks now. For a naked publish that was not solicited, you have no context on what the subscriber wants. So you have no choice but to use, as you start pushing objects immediately, you have to use the publisher default. Now, the subscriber can then, according to the spec today, the subscriber can update that with publish OK. So we've now engineered this like thing we were trying to avoid before with subscribe. So, okay. So, are you in the queue, Ian? Okay. So, like, that seems wrong to me, but there's a bunch of ways you could resolve this inconsistencies, conceptual inconsistently. But what I would say is just leave subscribe as is. For publish, you cannot update with publish OK. But if it's in subscribe, if that publish is a response to the subscribe tracks, you use the group order that was in the subscribe tracks message in the same way you would for subscribe. It's like a global parameter for all subscribes that all publishes that come out of that subscribe tracks. But if it's a naked publish, you're just stuck with whatever the publisher decided, and if you don't like it, reset it and do your own subscribe.
Just to clear, like if the subscribe tracks does not have a group order specified, each publish can say.
It would be as if the subscribe had no group order in it. So the subscribe tracks parameters serve as a proxy for any subscribe. And this is I'm not sure if this principle is in the spec, but that is a principle we could adopt, that there's a lot of like subscribe specific parameters that you could dump the subscribe tracks because they.
I think we should explicitly, text to that say that subscribe tracks is a factor for subscribe.
That's a different issue, but we should probably do that.
We have an issue for that. Can you finally figure out that?
Is there an issue for that?
No. But that is a principle we have been going towards anyway.
Okay, all right. I will file an issue that about subscribe tracks. Can you record in this issue in 1651 both that and the other? Basically, we're ripping it out of publish. Okay, is the effect. Okay, I'm done and Alan ran away. I drove away.
You don't have a lightning bolt on yours, so it's supposed to be.
So should I filibuster now? Well, this is mine, but let's see.
This one will take a while.
Oh,
it's too strong.
I think you realize we're planning to do whatever they wanted to do anyway, so I don't know how strong this should. Yeah. It's gonna get honored.
You guys will do. Well, if we
we solved it, we agreed with the recommendation, and we're also filing an issue, Alan, to make it explicit that subscribe tracks contain any parameters that should be applied to, as if they were to subscribe to those tracks.
Okay, with the caveat we have for object range filters, that they behave totally differently if they're that message versus if they're a subscribe.
I don't know. I'm gonna add the issue and then you can amend stuff.
If I send a subscribe tracks range filter, that controls whether I get the publish. Right? Or
Just
not.
the property filter.
What?
Just the property filter. Nothing else can filter publish messages.
I can filter a publish message on. Okay.
Okay, look,
There's no other
there are parameters that only apply to subscribe, or maybe part of them apply to subscribe in case the filter.
I know what you want to say.
Yeah. Okay.
I think. Okay, Ian, I had skipped over your request item 102.
Okay. Why don't you start? Sorry.
Oh, well, because I don't, why? Because I think we should take this issue. So I like the question.
Okay. Well, okay. Fine.
But you don't.
Yeah. Well, we keep having the first idea things. Yes. I mean, my big comment is that it's not really clear like what you do with it. It's not. This is not HTTP where I can say like, all the requests with like an ID above this, like I now, can safely like reissue one another connection. In this case, like, you probably could have done that anyway. Most of these subscriptions are item driven, and like, you can subscribe from 2 places anyway. What really matters is on a given subscription, for example, like in the case of a go away, like when is that subscription going to end? So you need to kind of migrate these things on a per subscribe, per publish sort of basis, not like globally. It's not like a global catch-all for like there is for HTTP. It's just a different semantic. So it's not a big deal. It's mostly, I don't like request ID being in a bunch of places, so to get rid of it from here.
Is this the control string go away?
Yes, it's omitted if you send go away.
Yeah,
Is that lingering from before we had the request?
The use of it is, the only use I can think of is this. Where a message, a new request is going, and a go away is they're crossing in the night. As soon as you receive the go away, you can already know that that is going to fail without having to wait for it to fail.
Just wait to go away on that stream.
Well, it'll get reset, or it'll get a request error or a redirect error.
It'll go away on that stream.
Potentially, yeah. Like you'll get one of those things. You just have to wait. I mean, that is the actionable use. There is actionable code. You can, as soon as you receive the go away, you can look at everything that has a higher request ID, cancel it, and move on with your life without waiting for those things.
I've got my knife out to get rid of request ID entirely, so,
Oh my
so
God.
like, I'm for it.
Oh, all right.
I hear what you're saying there, but it doesn't really, I mean, in this case, I don't think it's a real timing issue, anyway, given how long go-away takes and everything like that. Like, if I just have to wait to get go-aways and all those requests, I think I prefer less code paths to test here, would be sort of drive me.
The other use it had in HTTP was like, if it was a post. I told you, like, I promise I did not touch any request that had an ID higher than this, which means like, it is 100% safe for you to take that and do something else with it, knowing that I never processed it. I don't know if Mock has those use cases or not.
We pushed really hard, also the subscribers that and all of them, we don't require data to be published and be changed ever, is to drive exactly so we don't have this problem. So I think mods actually, architects are quite different here than posts. But
Yeah.
I understand if we had posting happens.
All right, I'm happy to pull it out. You're recording again. Anybody else wants to say passion defense of it? I'm a
We just added it, so now's a nice time for it.
Okay. Duplicate track properties, repeated on subscribe okay and fetch okay. So these always come. That can be bad if you're doing fetch loops, or if you're filling a cache with many holes. You're going to keep getting the property, or if the properties are large, you're going to keep getting the properties on every fetch okay. So we could have an option that's like, I want the properties, or you don't have to send them to me, or we can just close. Yeah, the track level properties that are included in fetch okay subscriber.
This is one of the reasons why I favor a single subscribe to control all subscriptions and fetches. That way you don't have all this duplication and repeated things, and you have new parameters like this to remove the duplication that was silly in the first place.
Important administrative announcement. Mike is about to announce to the office that the sandwiches are sitting there. So if you're still hungry, you should go get something now before it all disappears. Please continue.
I'm not sure, Mo, how to interpret your comment.
So I
We
don't.
respect what we should do.
I don't think we need to add another property thing. I think we should move to migrate away from a separate fetch message with a bunch of other parameters and standardize on subscribe, having all the machinery for that because it has the namespace, the name, alias on the return, the track properties on the return. all the things that matter only happen one time, and you don't have to have this duplication, inefficiency in the protocol. You have to have new fields like this to avoid the duplication.
Imagine we don't kill fetch because I don't have a graph consensus to do so. Does that change your answer to this question?
Yes, I would say eliminate the parameters on subsequent fetches with the same parameter. What?
I just put a flag, like this, and the proposal is either that or we just leave it. You just get, you keep saying fetch, you keep getting the same.
We keep adding track properties in the payload specs. So you can expect a beefy subscribe okay and a fetch okay.
So how many
kilobytes?
Add this parameter, move on, and we'll try and fill it and capture everything later.
One is my best friend.
That's fine. How about, I was gonna say we should just like.
Did you love?
The thing we were talking about earlier, and then you have keyword, like, thesis where you're doing like fetch loops. And so then, the problem becomes self-solving.
How about a property pack compression scheme?
I have a draft for that. I presented it in HTTP because I knew you guys would read it.
Okay, so what was the thing that we just gonna add
I heard add a property for now, and we can pull it out later if we draw something there.
Sure.
Does that work?
Properties are totally immutable, right?
What?
Properties are totally immutable.
Yeah, the track properties can't change.
Excellent. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Is that true across sessions?
No. It's not even true across subscribes.
Are we talking properties or parameters here? I think it's
properties. We're talking about eliminating the property report, right?
They're not immutable in the sense that if you unsubscribe and you subscribe again, you get the exact same track property. You may get a different one.
Wait, why?
You shouldn't, but there's nothing that prevents that. It does not say anyone expect that the track
Do you
property.
have a use case? Can you say that that it's immutable like the rest of the track?
Somebody could come up with a track property like client geolocation, and he reconnected over there, and the track property is now Europe, not not a source.
Do we need them?
So then how do you do property
Yeah,
equals
that means
zero?
if they can change, then how do I know that?
They can't change during the life of that subscription, but if the subscription goes
What
away.
about fetch?
But why not? Why does, oh, license subscription, okay.
The subscription,
If your client reconnects, it's a different subscription, it's a different track.
it could be the same name though, and if you're saying that they're immutable in the name, no, they're not. You don't know that.
they are immutable in the context of one mock session.
So, I mean, my question is,
Unsubscribe and resubscribe.
when is it okay to set property equals zero? So like, does it all have to be in the context of the same subscription, the context of the same session? Or can I track properties from 3 sessions ago, and it's like an object contents, it's totally
I mean,
immutable?
in the classic case, like in my cache, if I have a hole, I send a fetch. If I already have your track properties, I would set 0. But Lo just told me, I might get totally different properties when that's track.
Yeah, I know, it's blowing me away.
I don't think it's a good idea, but I'm saying it's allowed today. And I think there's even some place where it's, I was surprised to see that too. I was surprised that they could change. And
And there's even text about updating the cache, which I think is wrong.
Well, we can just make it illegal. Like,
yes, there's text that says that the cache update has to happen.
I would go with track properties for object properties. Yeah, I think you should for several object properties, like the path that object took to get to you or something else. Like climate change.
It says specifically track properties it says they cannot be merged. They must come from only one single publish or, okay, or whatever. They must only come from one single publish. A full set of them in one publish is what gets cached. You may get another full set on another publish or another okay, and that full set replaces the cache.
So
The track properties should be defined as being immutable to the namespace of the name. If you repeat the namespace of the name and put GPS coordinates, that should be an object property because it can change with objects in the track. And it's
I'm kind of with you, but that's not what the draft.
okay, well, let's fix the draft rather than like reasoning backwards from what's in the draft.
But there may be some logic for why that it's very explicit about how they get.
The
merged
logic
into cache.
around object properties was exactly because I thought that objects might carry ephemeral. You can make like the same object in two different paths, and one of the properties might be half of the object.
You'll merge
together
them.
or something. that was, I think, the use case, or time, intermediate relay time and timestamps that we added.
We just repeated it for track properties, you thought it'd be okay?
Okay, so
I want to say the track properties can't change it.
I think what we're saying is, let's make it so it's immutable for all time. And so if I have the track properties because I subscribed to that on a different session 3 weeks ago, I can still go, I can put properties equal 0.
If
So
you want something else.
and that means there's no protocol error here because it's.
Okay, you property can be added, or you just say that existing property can't be added?
Where's Victor?
I mean, I'm saying that. if you have-
Did you never want the epoch to be a track
I don't
property?
think you can add any more, because he's gonna catch one from 3 weeks ago.
Epoch of when you just boot up and a client.
Michael's commander in chief.
Instance of the client. Epoch.
I didn't publish it, you know, it's not
Name.
track property, right?
It's not track property.
I'm sorry I hijacked your lightning slide, but I think this is a good question.
No, it isn't. I was thinking, well, we'll have an ER that says that you can count them for
Yeah.
through max cache duration.
Yeah.
Can we have one conversation, please?
And it means that there's no possible protocol error here. Like if it was all in a session context, then the first request really has to have properties equals 1, right? But like now, you like as the receiver, you have no idea whether or not they have a cache, so it's not illegal. Now you could end up in a situation where you set property equals 0 and you don't get the properties, but I guess you deserve to suffer if you do that.
I don't want to hear max cache duration, so I'm just not gonna ask for your Don't tell me. Okay, we'll try that. Oh, sorry, you're on empty namespace.
But what, on these immutable notice, what do we do?
I
We
think
file
we're gonna try to make track properties immutable.
Yeah, it's okay. Someone is filing an issue for that, then follow.
Or we can put it in.
It's just part of properties equals 0.
Okay.
That's when it starts to
You can put it
matter.
in 1644 if you want.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Okay, right now you can have an empty namespace and an empty name. And that's totally legal. Is that fine?
Anonymous.
I mean, I kind of rationalized it as like, it's sort of like slash path. And if you think about the slash as like the thing that divides namespace components and path. Slash in HTTP is a valid path. So I think empty namespace and name is valid.
And also, I mean, if you want to make it anonymous, just like put random data in there, but at least there's something there.
What
We
problem
have
does it
nothing
cause?
in the name, it's just.
Google claims the
What
empty
problem does it
namespace
cause?
in there.
Problem. Does it cause a problem with our serialization, canonical serialization?
No, it'll just be dash dash dash.
Seems fine.
Yeah.
It's not even hard to have. Like the added description for something that really does not have any.
If you want to, I want using namespace, just make a name as an index, right?
I think that's the only one. I think it's dash.
That's the serialization we use for storage, but inside your relay, you have an index. You're indexing on namespace's name and suddenly now it's.
I mean, if you find some, that's.
But the length, but I'm sure the length is part of your index. You have a length, the length is 0. You hash the 0 and you get something. That's your index.
In this case, I need to check.
In logs and.
So
It's
it's
a
not
dash.
Name should not be. It's not a name. I mean, I know it's serialized, but why are we doing that ourselves?
I mean, in HTTP, you don't have to name a resource. Slash is a resource.
There's not a
That's
practical
how you
problem
get
with it.
obscure things in bars. The internet doesn't work with, no one
Yeah,
has.
If you have a file system, you're gonna have files, I don't know, I mean.
I was like, the description can be added, but it's not adding those value.
I think Alan's example of slashes is perfect. I mean, path A be empty and host node are both null, and the slash is not either one of them. It's the dividers. It's why is it just like our dash dash? It's dividing two null things. What's the harm?
I don't know. It's gotta let you look. What do you wanna do? Okay, let's go. Scratch flow.
Are we gonna ever have like well-known track names or anything? Like
There's dot session.
Yeah.
And we reserved everything starts on the dot for ourselves.
All right.
The problem with forcing one of them to be non-empty is somebody's gonna wanna have the other one be non-empty instead. Somebody's gonna have a use case for having one of them empty, and somebody's gonna have a use case for the other one being empty. So just let them both be empty. solve everybody's use cases.
Yeah, doesn't hurt to do that.
Does this have any implications for anything that does prefix matching? Like, I assume every prefix would not match empty.
Does it match?
You have to match the link.
It matches itself, it can't match, prefix matching gonna happen. Someone decides for both, they can do that match.
If you subscribe namespace with the empty prefix, which is legal, and you subscribe to everything, then you'll get a publish. Then you'll get a publish with an empty name. Like,
I guess it's fine.
amazing, yeah.
So what was the conclusion?
That's gonna be the.
We're gonna close, there's no action, and we
Yellow, all right.
or maybe with some clarification, we're gonna make it clear that this is totally.
I'm sorry, which issue was that? So I write down.
1636.
Oh, okay.
Version negotiation for QMUX. There's PR that's open for this. It says that I do it, mostly I did that because somebody asked how do we interrupt, and we have to write down somewhere what to do.
I have a
There's two things that are, one is that like QMUX itself is a little bit weird and it doesn't use exactly the same LPNs because it says you can't, and I think we need to talk about that. But the bigger picture I think Magnus raised on the issue is like, do we want to say anything about QMUX in the MOQ draft, or should we just defer it to another draft?
Very short draft.
It should be a very short draft.
Just has an LPN on it.
I mean, I was talking to Lucas about it yesterday, and he was like, yeah, like that they were working on a new version of HTTP over QMUX, and it's like, so, I mean, if we want to do the same thing, I think that's fine.
I have three major.
There you yes.
I'd rather just sort of the draft because we paraphrase web transport and that seems like it's in a comparable state. It's been around for longer. It's kind of the same. Oh, wait,
So
okay, but
I would point out that we're not starting to do mock over QMUX. We started to do it over raw quick and web transport.
My only concern is that I have to find out when I heard also I came out of the big one there are all the questions and answers. That's the reason I was given more for people, but I was more not sure what's the right way. That is my take of the.
there's a PR for this. I mean, it's like a sentence and a half of text. It's just like, I'm like, why not? Why, like, just do it more.
I'm also okay with just close it,
I don't know.
every time we do an interrupt, we'll just put in the Slack or in the wiki, like, if you want to QMUX, do it like this, that's all that
Or
we
you
need.
can write an individual draft if you want, like either way. But yeah, we're not chartered to do it, so I think it's playing with fire.
Okay, we will close all QMUX issues, we will maybe, like, put it in a. Are you ready on time?
26, right?
1626. Victor, you want to talk about caching and propagation of request errors?
Yeah, so we have a good caching story, but it's mostly for objects that actually exist. And then we even have a good story for objects that don't exist. Will expire, but what happens if you ask really for a track and then the really goes to the original publisher and the original publisher just returns an error. And in some cases it would make sense to cache that error because, well, HTTP caches error if you configure it. But there are also cases in which you definitely do not want to cache that error, like if you don't have a track, but track might start existing in the next second. You don't want to cache that. So my proposal is just we add a cache TTL for a request error, which tells you how long it's cacheable.
Who defines this cache? Is it the original publisher?
The publisher, the entity original like performance.
Okay, there are multiple publishers.
If there are multiple publishers, if you have one request, you're still getting that request and sending cache that.
How do you know the request will always generate the same error?
It does not, which is why there is a TTL.
No, but even within the TTL, couldn't the same request generate not an error or a different error?
Yes, but if you set the TTLs, the error will be cached.
And so you're saying you don't even have to evaluate the request anymore because it matched the request? So I just give it the same error?
Your alternative is
HTTP
just
CDNs
like
do this.
directly proxy every single request.
You don't want to ask the origin every
But
time.
I have a question, whether the person who's receiving the request should know that he can, is error.
You mean the end subscriber who gets it?
Yeah. Like what, like, that I got.
Yes, I mean, in that way, I think the second question is also relevant, which is like, how is it different from retry? Yes. Right, for the end subscriber, we're gonna give them an error, and we might say like, you can retry this after this long. Is that the same as TTL, or can you think of a reason why those two numbers would be different?
Use the retry.
Actually, this probably makes sense. It's just to say if you catch that, you catch retry interval. We should point out that you should catch it because otherwise there are like test case scenarios when there are thousands of requests and say, oh, enough of error and really doesn't do anything.
Okay, so we can just say like, the receiver of request error may cache it up to the retry interval. And if you get another request for that, you can issue the same, you can respond with that error.
Who specifies the retry interval? Is it on the wire?
Publisher who answers, yeah, it's in the request error.
We have to have this about propagation. So if you cache it and downstream, like how does the propagation supposed to work in general? I realized that in the original request there are additional.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
no worries. I have no idea how to solve it.
Stacked HTTP cache. It's the same situation. The other one might cache it from the client and an intermediate one. So you're going to have to wait for all the stacks to basically sign up for the interval before you can eventually go back to the original.
But like if I get an unauthorized from an upstream, what do I propagate downstream? Because it's like
You just it's a request and you give a response. You give a cached response instead of actually going on.
Yeah, no, you generally, you often convert to like if we time on the
This is different than time. This is not about the caching at all.
This is propagation.
This is about propagation. Like if a relay gets a given error from upstream, does it always give that same error downstream, or is it allowed to translate to a different?
To clarify, you're saying like, if something has a 5, then TTL.
Forget about TTL.
Let's retry
Yeah, we should caching
caching.
Well, the caching can really depends on how.
Okay, so when we make a request and then later, is that number still 5 minutes or is it now 4 minutes? That's the question, right?
That's part of it, but Michael's asking a totally different question, I think, but that's also correct.
Okay.
Michael's question is, if I make a request to a relay, the relay makes a request to upstream. The upstream gives an error, unauthorized. Does the relay have to give me unauthorized, or does the relay say, the relay was the one who provided the token, so the relay was unauthorized. I'm authorized to talk to the relay shouldn't tell me unauthorized, it should say internal error.
But that's halfway. The relay wants to get
That's what the saying. The relay's token was not valid with its publisher, so I'm not unauthorized. The relay is. The relay should say gateway timeout or like some other error.
There's just the ones that
I can always get back and delete the question.
But not unauthorized. Okay, understand.
So on the notes for this issue, was there an answer to the do I subtract the minute or not?
No, we haven't gotten to that yet, so ask it again.
If something says 5 minutes for the retry interval, and then I cache it, and a minute later someone comes and I give them that error, do I put 4 minutes in that retry interval response or 5 minutes?
But the question is, should you get an error? You know?
Well, let's assume you do.
I think it's more like you take the TTL, you add it to now. And that's how long you can keep it in your cache.
So you should have just TTL.
Does that make sense? And then, and the answer to propagation is there's no requirement for propagation.
I think there's different question. Is can I propagate and indicate that it's like upstream error because like there's a
You have like proxy status error that says like.
because like for timelines, for many stuff, it's quite useful to know that it's not your connection, but someone.
Don't blame me, blame them.
Yeah, for example, for that case, I might get an error to as N subscriber because even now we are more able to suddenly also.
This is almost like, do we need a proxy status? Like,
No, it's not, it's just, should we or should we not propagate? I think the answer is you should.
well, Michael said he wants to propagate it.
There's a problem. I have found one upstream, it gave me error, I tried different upstream, it gave me different error. What do I do?
So right, the original request is either gonna time out or something.
No, like I as a relay can like go to the upstream, go to like different, have like collection of errors, and what should I?
You just give in the HTTP world, you give a 404, I couldn't get the resource, I tried 10 different things. I don't have to compact all of the reasons it failed and give them to you. So I just say, I couldn't fulfill your request. I think more 500%. Yeah. So there 404 timeout.
Victor says I might make you write the PR for this. Do you think you have everything?
Sure.
Are you in that?
Can you comment?
Sounds like a relay may have to mediate its error code from upstream.
Like in HTTP world, it's not well defined, it's like kind of.
I mean, and then we had to create all these like things later to like, it turns out that it's really useful for a CDN to convey that the origin is having a problem.
It's not you.
It's not me, don't call me.
It's like with players
And to debug things, yes. I think we're gonna come back to that. Yes. I'm gonna move on.
We're at 4:30, so we're about halfway through.
Can we jump up and like walk around for a minute or like?
People are self-breaking when they need to,
Okay.
except you, but.
Whatever. I'm happy because we're turning through issues. Okay. Should there be a reconnect timeout? Which is a time that the subscriber is willing to wait for a new publisher to materialize after an old one is disconnected. This was originally part of a rendezvous timeout, which we split out to get that landed, and then we said we would come back. So, are we happy to say no? I know that like this could be an interrupt problem, or like some subscribers may have an expectation that like publishers can disappear and rematerialize. Is it an interrupt or a problem, or do we just like realize what they want to do?
Leave it up to the application.
I mean, it's really a relay decision. Like my relay, if the publisher goes away, the subscribers are all getting muted. Like, then the publisher reconnects and. Okay. You got that? Yep. Send rate, what was yours, Ian?
Oh, yes. We discussed this at 3:30. I did actually go back and look at this. I think everyone agreed that the concept was appealing, but a subscription for a track isn't a one-to-one thing with a quick connection. And it's also not technically a quick connection actually can be multi-down. So it's kind of another. This is a difficult thing to do correctly anyway, but it's exacerbated by the fact that it's actually not clear that the subscriber is in as good of a place to set this value, maybe as the publisher is anyway. And so it's not a need really for the subscriber to convey that value. So
I think I was there and it was driven by a large-scale Netflix study that we collaborated with them on. And there's proven evidence that CDNs and MOQ relays can burst as fast as they can. It's not doing anybody good. Not the other people on the stream are not defined to see.
So don't burst that current group.
Right. This is a way for the client to say, don't burst me. I'm happy with it's a 10-minute stream, which the relay doesn't know what the difference is. So it's the idea is the client and receiver can say, bursted at 10 megs but no higher, I'll be fine. It's a hint. Right? And I still think that's useful. Now, if it's a hint and the relay, we make it a should, the relay should do something, but we don't require it to. And if the relay has a mechanism by which it can throttle the delivery, and it doesn't have to be precise, right? It's not a mechanism that it's the difference between 100 megs and 10 megs, that sort of difference.
But it's only for fetch, right? It's not for subscribe.
It's the whole connection.
Well, subscribe, yeah, it doesn't make much sense with subscribe. It's
Subscribe doesn't make sense.
It's mostly for fetch.
Because here it's a subscription.
Yeah.
Quick connection.
No, I mean, it only makes sense if you will fetch that.
But you have flow control for fetch, so.
Yeah, but that's always trying to send it as fast as it can.
Is it a quick level thing or a flow stream level thing?
I think it's like coming from personal experience, like, yeah, I'm very familiar with like all the Netflix pacing stuff and everything. I mean, the server is obviously going to end up having to do the pacing and do this determination. I think it's a lot easier to do on the server side. Like, I mean, if I really wanted to make this easy on the server, I would just make a track property. It was like the average bit rate, and then I would slap a 3x multiplier on that logger.
Here's the danger with that. You just slap 3x like it's going to work for all clients all the time. And that's not the reality. Clients with bigger buffers can handle it closer to the bit rate. Clients with small buffers can't. Clients that are on Intels and Wi-Fi connections might want higher throughput because they're going to burst more often. Clients on fiber not. So you can't really.
It's not quite that simple.
Victor? This is a good idea in theory. In practice, however, it is kind of difficult to implement properly. Sometimes when you implement it, it does not work for reasons that are counterintuitive. And also, it is not entirely clear to me how you express it. Do you express it as bytes per second? Do you express it as groups per second? Sorry, bytes per second.
I think we suggested some other means, right? We said that it could be a time between consecutive objects, consecutive groups. We said, I mean,
we did say it could be a time interval between groups, because the application can convert that from a bit rate to a whole clock time interval, and that's a counter that can easily be managed. So that the server doesn't need to estimate throughput at all. It just needs to say, I can pace the sending of
remember that the relay. Remember that the relay doesn't know the bit rate of the data transport because it's a fetch, and so it just don't know what it is.
Can I offer some middle ground, which is like, don't do anything about transport. It's very easy to make an extension for a parameter. So do it that way, and people can try to replicate the Netflix thing and see.
Yeah, I think the most important for me is like if someone implements it like test benchmarks it just works as specified.
So look, so someone bring the data that shows this brings value, and we'll add it. Maybe is that like a fair way to do it? What if I would say that when I think that the DJ's part, challenge was on and you never get like that.
Right, but what if you did pacing and sending groups?
Yeah, how to know what should be? The client says, in this group, file from the catalog and
says, don't send me a group faster than every 2 seconds. So you just send a group, and if the group's queue it until 2 seconds is passed, then you send it.
Yeah, so that's the one thing that is like bytes, objects, groups.
Groups is what we're saying, because the application can convert between the two.
So the thing that would expect, I think that, it may not help you. No, it also doesn't help you for subscribe. Right. It only helps you for fetching.
But you can extract this from catalog. This is the point of
the dynamic bulk does not. You can't do groups per second.
I mean, you will not do this with dynamic bulk or whatever. I mean, this is something that is catalog based.
By the time you fetch, you lost all the delivery time that will happen in the.
So if your groups are 2 seconds apart, if you send the groups 1 second apart, you're effectively sending them at twice their encoded bit rate. Normally, you're going to send them at 50 times their encoded bit rate, which would be 100 milliseconds. So by setting a limit, you effectively throttle the delivery without the relay having to know the bit rate at all, and by the relay doing something that it fully understands, which is identify groups and walk.
Is this the same or a separate issue from the one called something like, have the sender send the receiver its estimate of the
That's a
connection
separate
ratio? So this is not that, this is not sender telling receiver, this is network telling sender through scone?
This is subscriber telling sender however the subscriber figured it out.
Well, this is basically the fetch, right?
So subscriber running scone and figuring out from the network what the path limit is, and then subscriber telling that, the sender the path limit from scone.
And you only go to code. You can, this like, so I can go fetch, and I say fetch, when you deliver the figure out, not the first data to me, but just say, okay, that's what it's all about. Yeah. Without because code or anything. Something like code is there, a subscriber can do a better,
Subscribe to a better track.
yeah.
But it's useful on the fetch side.
On fetch side, this is basically controlled delivery of the fetch. Is that right? It's easy.
Yeah. And I'm willing to work with someone, I can write a draft of what this looks like as an extension.
So she call it fetch sender, right?
Fetch sender, yeah.
Fetch sender.
I mean,
Fetch ceiling or something, fetch send ceiling.
Bit rate independent fetch pacing.
Didn't we talk about fetch pacing like many times? We kept saying it didn't seem like there was a good solution.
We're just saying it now, because we're saying.
Yeah, like every partition is done in parts.
one thing is using SQL is that like, are there any to kind of have some using? Yeah, the subscribers basically.
Where are we getting it from? Catalog? Where are we getting the good pacing?
Catalog or
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the network bandwidth at all. It's just purely a track property.
It should be correct.
A track property.
It can be scoring wrong if you want, but actually if something is there, and just says, get me a display.
I mean, I would propose being with.
One discussion at a time, please.
I think we're gonna, people come back with more.
Yeah, so,
I mean, I was gonna add for one thing, just, I realized it was like, one of my concerns about this, like, at least in our implementation, it's very easy for us to set a max spacing rate on a connection. It is like a ton of code for us to set a max spacing rate on a
I think this is more like how fast you read out of the cache, not how fast.
I mean, I kind of know, but like, I'm just like putting that out there, that like one of those two things is like 3 lines of code, and the other thing is a lot more than 3 lines of code.
This is for a fetch on one stream.
Yeah, and then the other thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that 1453, we discussed multiple ways to implement this. The time between groups was the kind of consensus we had between the EQI, rule and I, approximately. But we proposed other solutions, which were about actual
Between groups of objects. Groups?
Yeah.
Groups are big.
Yeah, that's all right. Because the groups is the unit that we is supposed to be related to.
But the problem is right.
Can we move forward with, some folks will sort of write it as an extension, and somebody else will maybe try to run some experiments and show you some data.
Yeah. Sender has a idea to.
Yeah, we like that.
Okay, so.
Not exactly parts, hopefully.
I think that this should be done in tandem with all of the bitrate efforts in general, because there's different parts of the puzzle.
I'm gonna move to Luke's issue next, just because it's not, if that's okay with you, Luke.
That's what was the.
Luke, are you still on? Okay, well, that was a good idea to do more. We'll come back to it, yes. Ian,
Oh,
single object subgroups.
so, okay, so, there's a PR, that PR seems like it was too restricted for current sign of CMAP look now. There was an interest in the multiple people in simplifying the object model, but I don't think anyone's come up with anything that doesn't, adding that extra constraints doesn't cause problems or something. So we still open what it is, but, and then, yeah, the subdivision, you can review it in wires, so like from a wire program perspective, it doesn't really come in there at all, or like a very small one. It seems like probably we should close with no action, but, I think, like, our object model is pretty complicated, so like, yeah, if people actually have like suggestions for ways to make it slightly less complicated, I'm certainly still supportive or interested in discussing those, but, unless there's anything concrete, I think we kind of have to.
Don't we need the subgroup ID for subgroup filters?
Yeah, it wasn't saying to get rid of them, it's just constraining it, that like, if your subgroup started with object 2, then subgroup ID is 2.
And people said they didn't want that.
Right.
So I think we just have to, I think they're not gonna take that, I think the only thing we can do is. And the next best thing you can do is, if it happens to be the same, you don't have to send it on the wire.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, it's 1405, right?
It was. 1352, subscribe does not need a forward parameter if we have filters. So object range filters are coming in. We could represent forward to 0, 1 as a filter instead of a param, and that would mean 1 fewer param and 1 more filter kinds. But forward 0, 1 is like kind of baked in a lot of places in the draft. I'm kind of inclined to leave it as is right now.
I think, like we've already talked about it, forward 0, 1 is all over the draft, but it means very different things in very many places in the draft. So I think we've overloaded the meaning a lot, and now it's ambiguous whether it actually means I don't want this, maybe ever, or pre-warn this, I'm going to want it very, very soon, or I'm muting myself as a publisher. So it's very overloaded right now, and I think if we make a change, we should make a change that gives explicit meaning to all of those variants of forward.
Okay, but you're not advocating merging it into the filter design.
I mean, so before we had forward, the thing to do was you just put the group, you put the group way out. You put a filter with the group way out, start group way out. And that actually tells the really more information, because then if the group is pretty close, then, I do need a pre-warm. I know he's going to join 4 groups in. I'm going to pre-warm. But if you give it, max hint, okay, he means he's never going to join. He may come back later, and he has to do a request update to make it a same group before he joins. So there was actually better signaling back before we had forward about what the subscriber actually wanted to do.
It's kind of if left the implementation to make a choice, just because it would make number means that maybe I should count. Both the number means no or my caching or not.
If the distance between a largest object and the subscriber start is huge, then you know that they're not interested in this for a while. If it's close, then I should probably pre-warm it because it's going to happen pretty soon. So if we do make a change, I would recommend making it either an explicit, I'm going to subscribe very soon, I'm going to turn on forwarding very soon, or I have no idea when I'm going to turn on, maybe forever, or it's a publisher self-muting. I have nothing to send. I'm telling you that I'm not publishing. Or there's another even specific case for the track filter of the track filter is selecting the track on or off.
But if in DGS, you have no clue whether you join next group or not. You are just saying forward equals 0. Or
I think this pre-warming is not going to happen in the real world. On the relay side, there's no expectation that you're constantly looking ahead and trying to pick the perfect time to pre-warm. You subscribe or you don't, and you do that when something asks you for it.
I mean, there could be relay policy, which is like use the filter, like do a track status, find out where it is relevant filter.
It could be, but that would be custom.
Yeah.
Make my relay better and stuff.
Sort of view that. I think pre-warm policy is going to be a very relay still not nodding yes.
And this was another of my issues. So we need to say we now have two ways to do the same thing, which is to stop, to subscribe to something, but stop it actually saying things and put it to the end. You have two ways of doing it, which is never the best design. 10 years from now, people will look back at us and go, wow, but they need to do that. So we have filters.
We have two ways of what to do this.
You can set a filter that just excludes everything. Or you set forward equals 0. They do the same thing. And we have this now, hopefully robust filter mechanism. I'd rather leverage it. If you don't want things coming to you, filter them out. Right? That's the right thing.
Even before we had the object range filters, still had the subscription location filter, which can say, group way out. We already have the ability to
it. But what I'm saying is, we're hand waving and saying, well, we put forward equals 1 in the text, and we should leave it there. But now we have filters that do exactly the same thing, and I think are ultimately a more robust mechanism for controlling what comes to you. So
my thought is that forward is like, it's very concise to say forward 0, forward 1. Like, now I think we're all sort of used to it now, like this concept of pause and resume.
We can say filter all, which is easy.
Like the range filters, how do you replicate the power function?
Replicate what?
The power functionality, like pause and resume.
You can do it with it. It doesn't specify, filters don't say.
Like how would someone doing the subscription the range filter? Like that.
I would think the location filter is the most sensible because, you put a group out, like Al said, you put 0, 0, 0, 0, that means, okay, you only wanted the first object that I already delivered it, so I'm not gonna deliver you anything anymore.
Yeah, and empty ranges.
Empty range to basically means, if you can do that, then I agree. We don't like the way.
The drawback of this is that we would like to know, we would like to identify ghost subscriptions, ghost or zombie, or subscriptions which are all forward equals 0. And if we have filters to do forward equals 0, it will be much more complicated.
It's no different today when you do filter 0, filter
parameter.
You don't know what the relay is doing upstream, and today if you do forward 0, you still don't know what the relay is.
At the relay side, if you have like 10 guys asking you subscription, if they are all forward equals 0, it's very easy to know that nobody is getting data and we can stop it at the relay. Although if this is like filters, you need to check filters.
We've already had the agreement that the filters can be ended and aggregated upstream, and a smart relay can do the minimum amount of upstream fetching it wants to do at every time. And that includes no upstream fetching if all the clients subscribe to it at forward 0. Maybe that relay chooses to do the same upstream.
What I think that the relay doesn't need to be very smart to understand that forward equals 0, it's all 0, so it's easy. If we go into each filter and we need to check filters and to do aggregation union of filters, it's a little bit more.
Already aggregated
forward filter, which is its own parameter type. So it fits in the same, but I think I'm not sure it would look that different methods today.
And what interest is that empty filter means forward equals 0. That's
You can specify linked 0 on the location filter, it means no locations. That would be kind of.
Have you taken what Luke's brought in the chat into account that filters are optional? Are you proposing to make?
The location filter is not optional if we adopt it. We don't have a location filter, but we have the old subscription filter today.
And you can have a range filter that's empty today.
You can do absolute range 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, or absolute range. Well, you can't omit it because we have a link. But with the new subscription location filters, you can have an empty location, which means link 0.
I don't have a very strong recognition as to which way to go on this, but I do feel it is a little bit redundant. I think the exercise of actually trying to eradicate forward from the draft, I think, a productive one, no matter what, if someone is willing to take a whack at it. Because I think the special casing of forward as being different from like a range filter that's empty, or from like when the new filters arrive, like any of those things, like special casing
self-muting
as different is like right now the draft talks a little bit too much about forward as it's the only way to like turn off a subscription. And I think that probably is a mistake. I have to say. Right now. Since there's obviously other ways.
The filters PR does show all of the possible filters, and it includes forward and something else I forget. So it's like, forward and this and, oh, the location filters, forward and location filter and object range filters. All that must pass in order for the object to pass. So it does mention forward as a current filter.
I'm sorry, I'm not 100% up to date on the filter PR, but do we have any text about when, like, when I have like max location and when it ends, when we are like past that, should one of the sites like close the subscription?
So a relay can't reliably close the subscription just because largest advance is past the end of a range, because there could be reordering in the network. Something could come later in time when that's still inside the range, unless you've accounted for every object in the range. So you essentially know, the relay can't do it. The OP theoretically could, it's like, I know I've given you everything. Like,
I'm more trying to point here that like forward 0 is fairly explicitly keep the subscription open. The filters may be indicate that it's fine to close the subscription when everything in the filters is delivered. I know there's something, but maybe you should like write down the considerations around this.
I think I come around to, you never end just because the filters don't pass. Maybe not even through the original publisher.
In today's subscription filters, if you put absolute range, 10, 20, and the relay hits object 20, 50 or whatever, what do you get on the stream?
You won't get anything, but it also is not allowed to publish. It says the relay can't publish done to unless it knows that every single object in the range is delivered. I think even that we should probably remove and just say the relay never terminates your subscription because of not passing filters.
Even if you got group end?
I mean, if you, the only exception, so you want it there, it's fine. I mean, the relay can't necessarily scoreboard every object in your range to find out what's there. So it's not practical.
We also have invalid range.
So I think this is a little problematic. It's occurred to me that you can't do publish done on this, but I don't know how you ever know that a subscription is done. And so the only way to get a publish done is if you hit the end of the track. Sounds like.
No, upstream says you publish done. Downstream,
which it can only do at the end of the track.
The original publisher sent the publisher.
Or it wants to go to sleep with it.
Okay, I'm just published done if like the upstream just goes away. Like that's a different, like I cannot complete, that's more of a hard stop than like the part where you're doing the stream matching is if only you run, so there's no way to say I want from groups 3 to 5 and like at some point you like on a stream count for that and you send it to me. Maybe this is what Finn is for. Because like there's no way for me to ever be assured unless I do a fetch that I got all the objects in this range.
Well, no, you'll get the group end. If the original publisher put a group end on it, you'll get the group end.
Okay, so if all the objects IDs are sequential, then
in some simple cases.
In some simple cases, yes, the group end is sufficient. But like in the general case, no, there's no way to know. Like.
Oh yeah, unless you track every single with gapless or explicitly signaled gaps.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, or you could fetch all the gaps you have. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do, but that all sucks.
But you don't have to do all that. All the subscribers do it. All the intermediates have to do is relay what they get. You get a done, you relay the done. You don't.
But we're saying the relay has an open-ended like give me everything subscription. Rather than forwarding the filters from. So like the upstream is not going to give us a publish done that's germane to the relay, to the end subscriber, because it's a different filter.
I think when you're in a filtered subscription, done doesn't even make sense. There's no, what does that even mean?
It means that done means that that you wanted groups 3 to 5, and I gave you groups 3 to 5, and you have received all the streams you ever received, groups 3 to 5.
But that's the simplest possible filter. What if you said property, type 4 equals, 9? You have no idea if you got all the objects that have property 4 equals 9. Nobody would ever know that except the original publisher. So that breaks down with almost any other filter other than location filter.
I think the only question is if we want to retain the language in there that says that the relay is allowed. If the relay is sure that it gave you everything in your range, it can, I guess, and you have sent it in, so you can't request update. Then it could publish that clean up. But that's like an optimization. There's a bunch of cases where you just have to wait for the subscriber to clean you up, or you need to have timers. It's like you've been subscribed for 60 seconds and you've gotten nothing.
Maybe we need the relay to allow to have multiple subscribes and then deduplicate it. That way we can post.
Oh, Ian, you've been
Okay, so I was gonna just put a question. I thought you basically just said that subscribe done is like something you should never send. You never can send it.
The publisher, the OP can send it, the relay can send it when the OP goes away.
Okay, so it has a very, very limited scope. Okay, even more than that. All right, and then the other thing is like, how do we want to make progress on this? Like, or not make progress?
I would maybe like to, if somebody who believes strongly in this wants to write a PR, maybe make some little word range filters, build one on top of
No, I
the
don't
range
think,
filters.
I think we can move this forward now.
Well, okay, so I think you said that somebody who cares needs to write a PR.
That would be great. I mean, I still think I'd like to see read a PR.
I would read a PR on it.
Okay,
I'm interested.
so if somebody cares enough to write a PR to kill it, that's fine, and that really can't land until the filters land, obviously.
How do people like the spelling of it? A range filter with, a location filter with a null range?
Is that better than just having any filter type that's like forward nothing?
What?
Like basically make forward any filter type.
Forward is already a parameter. Why don't we just call it forward filter?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so you just want to rename the forward parameter to forward filter
That's
parameter?
you asked how I wanted to spell it.
Oh, I thought you were saying eliminate it and use one of the existing range.
I don't know what exactly
That's what I would
say.
Okay.
We have two parameters that do the same thing. You can block all the traffic by saying 4 equals 0.
We have many parameters that do this.
Now you have 4 parameters that can block traffic.
You could use all 4 of the current range filters to block all traffic. You could say property, unknown equals max in, and that probably will never happen. So that's also 4 equals 0.
Those are hacks, right?
Yes, those are hacks.
You need to get away from the hacky.
We can specify location filter null. That would be the cleanest way to say, I don't want any objects. That's the cleanest way to say.
The location filter length 0 or something.
Yes, but the only ugliness with that is the advantage of separate forward is that if you wanted to have an actual location range that you're interested in, you just want to turn on and off the forwarding within that location range, then you don't want to have to keep toggling null, full range, null, full range, null, full range. But if you're not really toggling, you're just only doing it once. You're saying, okay, I want nothing. Now I want the whole thing. And so they're doing it once is no problem.
Here's one way.
We have a queue. There's a queue.
Oh, well.
Ian.
No, sorry. That's
Luke.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring up because I left it in chat. We added forward equals 1 to pre-warm the cache. So the idea is that a relay is not supposed to send, forward equals 0 upstream. It's actually supposed to terminate it. Like if it gets a forward equals 0, it's actually supposed to send a forward equals 1 upstream. Whereas subscribe filters, we're supposed to send them upstream. So I think there's like a little bit difference here of what a relay is actually supposed to send or not.
Well, but did you miss this morning, Luke, when Alan wanted to backtrack that?
Just like in 30 minutes ago.
I mean, yeah, I can get, if you want to get rid of forward equals 1 or 0, I'm totally fine with that and getting rid of pre-warming the cache. But like we added it as a use case to pre-warm the cache, and there needs to be a way of still doing that if people want it.
Oh, Will.
Yeah, it just occurred to me there is one difference between 40 equals 0 as an independent flag and the object. I don't know if it's actually important for relay, but if you do it in terms of object or any other attribute, it's forcing the relay to go and check those objects for those properties for every single object coming in. If you say 40 equals 0, you can get out of that inspection loop, right? You don't even need to get into it.
I think this is what I was trying to say. Like, at least my relay, like I count all the forward zeros, and if they're all 0, then like upstream goes 0. Like, nobody wants
No, but it's, you don't even have to go check any of the other filter stuff. because it doesn't. Right. So you get out of a potentially expensive filter loop by having a separate parameter.
Do we have a way forward? Is someone gonna take the ball here?
Okay, all right.
Oh, sorry, Will and Sue are.
Yeah.
I just said what's next.
I
just wanted to what we get as stream for the zero or we want is like outside the box. And we should not write anything about it. We can make it right and also.
Okay.
I'm still wrapping my brain around the fact that we've made clean close of subscribe essentially impossible, unless you hang on to the bitter end. So I'm not really sure what to do with that.
Okay, that doesn't really have anything to do with.
Well, kind of, because that's why, like, forward is irrelevant because we've done that. So it's not, forward is redundant because we've made filters the way they are, and that has had the consequence of breaking clean close.
Filters have been broken since the beginning.
Well, no, we
Just
almost,
took you 2 years to realize.
we fixed it a second ago. No, okay, well, all right. Well, no, because when filters were forwarded up, this was not broken, because the OP would send a publish done and the relay could send that along.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Okay, that said.
Oh, that doesn't work if you merge two people with different filters though.
That's fair.
If you want 3 to 5 and I want
Yep,
6 to 7, then the relay sees 3 to 7 and never get it.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. My angst aside, I think where we're at is we need a volunteer to write the PR because it doesn't sound like Ian wants to do it, but he's willing to read it.
I think we need to land the filters.
Clearly, we can't land the other PR until the filter's land because otherwise we have no way to turn it off, which is not good.
Well, it should at least make, we need to, that's gonna change all the text, so we should at least.
Okay.
Okay, so you like this.
All right, so Suhas is on the hook to write a PR once filters land. Closed. Now, before you move to the next topic, it is 5:07.
I wanted to get Luke a chance to.
That's great. What I'm saying is I think we're losing energy. I don't know if holding on till six o'clock is the right answer here. But like, I'm not gonna give you a hard stop other than 6 o'clock. So like, go until you feel like you shouldn't anymore, but.
This deck is 35 slides.
Luke.
And we are on
What about
20 and we're gonna do the last one. I think
you should.
we made good progress.
Oh, what about Luke's issue?
I'm going to Luke's issue.
Okay.
You definitely want to know about
You want to go out as well? Oh, let's let Luke go on his thing. So this is the best time of day that we'll ever be for him. Tomorrow it's gonna be.
Yeah, he's good. As coherent as he's gonna be. Go, Luke.
Yeah, I finally got rid of the kids. So I was trying to listen while playing basketball. It was weird. So yeah, we have this some stuff for subscribing a subscriber AVR, but there's actually really no way of knowing the bitrate you're supposed to you currently have. In HLS Dash, you can kind of estimate it based on download times because you have big chunks of data. But for live, we download frame by frame, and ultimately we're application limited, and the congestion controller will be the limiting factor. So there needs to be some way of having the publisher tell the subscriber what the connection bitrate is, so you know if you can switch up a rendition, or if switching up will just immediately hit that congestion controller wall, and you'll just start buffering. So. Yeah, I think there needs to be at least some mechanism. It doesn't necessarily, we can spell out like how to do this, where the subscriber says, "Hey, just tell me the connection bitrate," and the publisher just periodically sends what the congestion controller reports. One of the caveats is this is implementation dependent. Like, I don't think every browser has this capability right now in web transport yet, and some quick stacks don't expose this, but most of them do. And it is based on the congestion controller. Like the actual stats you get if you use BBR versus Cubic is very different. But like the idea is that the publisher, or it doesn't have to be the publisher, the other session, the sender tells you what you feasibly could download on your connection. And then two, the other thing that's kind of live specific is we should have a way of telling the sender to please pad. Please send extra data. So if I'm currently downloading at 3 megabits, I need a way of saying, hey, can you try sending up to 6 megabits of data and see if my connection can hold it? Because if so, then I can switch to 6 megabits. This is really important for ABR with big jumps. And this is also just something WebRTC does in general. Like you need to probe if you're streaming frame by frame. Because it's really not a way of knowing if the network can handle it without just sending data. So I think this should be part of the same message, a way of saying, like, please tell me what my bit rate is, and please, like, try to target this higher bit rate. And again, this is very implementation specific. Like, I don't think any QUIC stack lets you do this right now. That being said, you could also do it at the MOQ T layer. You could send the, I think Victor's like padding streams. But still, like you still need to know what your the bitrate is, so you don't pad too much. And yeah, these would be per hop. Like this is something that must not be forwarded multiple hops. Like this is a connection property, and it needs to be negotiated, either in a setup or an extension or something. That way, if it's not supported, the player can do something different. Like, you know, it can fall back to a time-based bitrate estimate instead of being told by the server what the bitrate is. So anyway, is there any questions, any comments? I know it's a lot. Hey, go Ali.
So, yeah, it makes sense to have this per hop, but can't we just keep taking the minimum of the value of the previous values so that the end result is just a minimum of all the bandwidth values so far?
I think part of the problem is this is a connection property, and there might be multiple namespaces and tracks over the same connection. So I don't really think you can forward it upstream.
This is basically what we have in CFS interim estimated throughput.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway, go for it.
Oh, there's a key.
Okay, Will?
Yeah, so firstly, a strong thumbs up for this. It's one of the core problems we've seen in database and native media, and it would be good for MOQ to have a first-class solution for it. In terms of the spelling of how the subscriber requests the bitrate, instead of having to poll for it constantly, it would be nice in the subscription if there was a flag, and then the publisher could add object properties that it writes dynamically that just carry this information. They would have a defined number, and that way we don't have polling, we just have a pretty efficient way to constantly commute it. Because the player needs it all the time if it has to make a rapid bitrate. And then secondly, on the estimate, the padding, I think Victor's design, where we can have a named dot padding track that doesn't actually exist, it's synthesized. And the client can just say, I subscribe to the dot padding track and I'd like a bitrate at 3 megs per second. And it gets sent to you. And you unsubscribe, you treat it like any other track, and it's synthesized.
Yeah, I'll just add one note that the QUIC library can do better. WebRTC will actually retransmit frames in flight, so it kind of like has a little bit of extra redundancy instead of sending zeros with padding. But yeah, totally. Like that would be a fallback if the QUIC library doesn't support it.
Okay, if QUIC can do it simply, awesome. If not, it seems pretty simple to just have these tracks that you can get at any bitrate level. I'm sorry, let me
yeah. Do you want just the maximum or currently used bitrate, or do you also want to know if we're application limited, or say data limited, or actually congestion limited? Because I think if you could take the step next, it's quite important to know if your congestion control actually report that you're, I'm actually at the limit. I see, or if you just, I don't have enough data to probe, and
I think the subscriber can figure out how much data is being sent, like by just counting the bytes. What I really need to know is what the maximum is. Like I need to know what I just want to know if I can switch up to 6 megabits a second, basically. I don't need to know that I'm currently downloading 3, if that makes sense.
But I mean, if you're just data limited and you're like, you don't actually know.
Yeah, that's true.
It might be possible, it might not.
I mean, you could send the current bitrate. It's just less that's useful. But yeah, it's doable as well. Pierre's?
I suggested an HTTP header a while back, a bit like what's gone into CMSD, where there's a sort of server side sends this information as an HTTP header, which I think potentially can be useful. But like Magnus mentioned, I think you do run into these issues of this application limited issue. I suppose with QUIC, I mean, if it's sort of BBR type congestion control, you might have some sort of probing phase that could give you more of a ceiling on the bit rate that's going there, potentially if you have more insight into the actual QUIC stack. I think it'd be useful though, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean the idea of saying what your target bit rate is to handle these application limited cases. Like that's I guess that's why you say I want a higher bit rate is. Otherwise, it would only be relevant if you're application limited.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with the application limited, often it's just say like an audio track or something, you can easily be often application limited. Congestion windows are usually quite small, but if you're talking video and audio over a quick connection, it may not be.
Anyway, Mo. To us now, I guess.
Yeah, I argued for something like this in CCWG several IETFs ago, maybe several years ago, I forget. But this has been a thorn in every single congestion control protocol. And this is not an application level thing. This is not a transport level thing. This is the congestion control loop itself. Does this all the time, continuously, not periodically, continuously. It's always computing this between sender and receiver all the time. And the problem is there is no direct pipe between the two congestion controllers because they're always at the mercy of the transfer protocol that carries their feedback and their forward messages. So they don't actually have a forward message to say, I estimated the send rate is this based on all of your acts. And that send rate is not just a bits per second, it's a window size per, RTT, or it also includes application throughput limited or not, or it was post-probe or pre-probe. All the details that the congestion controller knows already and calculates constantly should be fed forward to the other congestion controller through some kind of direct transport tunnel. And then both sides know the number. And then you just have APIs to surface it up to QUIC, up to MOQ, up to HTTP, up to whatever application wants to do with it. And I think that's what we need. Instead of building something just in MOQ that tries to extract it in some way, CCWG needs to define a well-defined spec for the conduit between sender and receiver side of the congestion controller to feed that back, because it's constantly computing those, and then APIs to go up the stack so sender and receiver know that number all the time. There's not even an API today for the sender to know what its send stack is constantly getting as the best throughput limit. We have that practical problem today when we run Pico QUIC and we try to get a send estimate. We use the pacing rate. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. No, we have to fall back to the C-wind and the RTT and calculate our own pacing rate and our own throughput rate. So that's a big problem today, and I hope we solve it, but I don't think it should be solved in MOQ or web transport. I think it should be solved at the core congestion control layer and then fed up through APIs.
Okay, Suhas?
Yeah, I think the problem one is easy to solve in the sense that we have dot session, we can define a track on that, or another tuple of namespace every track name that basically means that, and we can define properties to say every so many milliseconds or seconds, whatever it is, right? It will give a current read, and it cannot just give you the record. It should be, I would say, a combination. To be really useful, the combination should be CV and the peer quality calculator and the average distribution. That way, the subscriber is reacting to that, is not reacting to current changes, but reacting to something that is stable or measurement. Because if not, you just keep it happens so quickly that you'll end up having a problem. That's on one. On two, it's more nuanced in the sense that how do you define how to increase that is very depending on which layer you're doing it. If you're doing a QUIC, if it has some way to do fake on it, probably that could be you could accept which has to just for X% of what you're training. On the other hand, if you're expecting relays to do that on an application layer, then you need to figure out what parts of data that you want to kind of replicate or add or so that office like finding that it's all zeros. That's very easy to specify. I think on two is like we need to think a bit more on how do you want to solve that problem. But once one looks like it's something we can do today. But I think more that if you really want it to be a nice feedback loop between the sender and receiver, you need to have it kind of expose this on.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you, but just one anecdote as well. I implemented 2 at Twitch with BBR, just filling the congestion window like 1/8 of the time when it's in probe up, and it increased the average bit rate by a megabit, just because we were able to like when application limited. So I don't think we should put in the spec how you do it, but definitely like just telling the sender like, please try to hit this target bit rate. Like, please, you figure out how to do it. And just tell me when you hit the target bit rate that I have requested. Anyway, Alan?
Yeah, so I mean, this is the issue that sort of inspires the dot session, and so it looks to me like both 1 and 2 can be implemented that way, and so in that way maybe it can be like experimental drafts or like what exactly goes in, what exactly is one sending back, like what is the format of those objects, et cetera, like, so we can just write it down, and then Octi doesn't do any changes to answer that, and like subscribe my bit rate, dot session slash my bit rate, and you'll just get it. And I think something along the lines for 2 as well, like here $50 AC wants to talk to you about, which is like how do you get from where you are up to X safely. I don't know if that's, but anyway, so I guess the question is, like, if we punch you that direction, is that okay, or do you want some, you need to be able
It's hard to hear. Anyway, you.
Oh, it's the only mic.
I think that would be good.
Oh, okay. Maybe you're running an average. Anyway, I guess I was just saying you should use dot session for both 1 and 2, and then you can sort of work on it as an extension, and we don't need to make any changes in the core draft. Or do you want to make changes in the core draft?
I mean, my personally, I would like this as an extension. I think it fits perfectly with like negotiating. The same way you negotiate an extension, you'd have to negotiate this if it was in setup or if it was in session. The same thing. Like I don't see how you negotiate .session support. Like you just try setting it and get a request error.
Yeah, I mean, you subscribe to .session slash my bitrate and you'll get track not found.
Yeah. And I think just the way that you put that for number 2, like you want to keep updating what the target bitrate is. I guess you encode that into the name and then like unsubscribe and resubscribe to .session tracks. Like that just feels gross. That's all. But I don't have a strong preference.
I've thought less about that one. You might be right.
And this is I don't know. I like an extension. And somebody needs to be the first person to make an extension instead of trying to get in the core draft. Anyway, you?
Okay, I just want to just point out that this is very interesting, and because when it comes to just multiple, relays or on the way or multiple hops, so I think they will have an overall picture on the last mile. So I think I don't know what to do, but to everything be negotiated. So,
okay, so is our takeaway that Luke is going to write an extension draft about this?
He wants to, and that makes me happy. So, yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, I have a first draft swing at an extension.
Is anyone extremely sad about Luke writing an extension draft about this? Review. Okay, if you're willing to review it, that's great. Okay, Luke, go forth and multiply.
Would you be sad if I closed your issue?
I
since you're right.
mean, it's up to you guys. Like,
I mean, it's not that I don't, it's just that you're not asking, there's not actionable text for me to write about.
Close it, I think, with a note that.
I will make market not transport.
Okay.
Say, we can't wait to read your draft, because that sounds cool.
yeah, does Ian have anything to add, or?
Oh, I did. I think I was just gonna say, yeah, no, all this is reasonable. You're talking about WebRTC and the fact that it allows, padding in other ways. We've done some experimentation with that, but I guess that works fine, especially if you only want to just send the same data twice. Like, that's the easiest forward error correction you will ever get. And it works really well with that. And I wonder if, like, it's worth building the quick version group and proposing something along those lines. Like, there's nothing like that exists today, which is like a quick layer mechanism, like try to probe for this much bandwidth or something, and also try to, like, whatever you send, try to mitigate like whatever congestion disaster that might cause. And the easiest way to mitigate that is either for aircraft relatively hard, or format forward aircraft, which is just retransmit stuff you've already sent and hope that at least one of the two copies gets through. It might actually be one. I'd be happy to bring that up with a quick working group. I would want to work on as well. If you'd rather want stuff.
Yeah, I think part of the problem is there's no wire changes to you're allowed to send the same stream frames over as many times as you want. So like, you can already implement this. It's not illegal. This is like an API change, and the Quick Working Group doesn't like talking about APIs. So this might be like a W3C, like how can we get this in the web transport like API to like please probe to a certain bit rate. And then it's the implementation specific, how you like, which libraries actually implement this and expose an API for it.
It's not an API issue if the one quick endpoint is asking the other quick endpoint to do this.
Yeah,
that's protocol.
That's kind of what I was thinking is like, I mean, we have like a message today that like, what is my
I see what you're saying. You're saying push this probe message into the quick layer instead of the MOQ layer.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Because I think you can do more clever stuff at the quick layer, and you're more tightly coupled with the velocity recovery machinery. And so I think it'll end up being way more optimal there.
Just that jive with what Mo was saying about one, though? Should that also be a quick
layer?
Mo was saying about number one should also be maybe the quick layer. It's like
I think one is okay to be at the application.
It can be an app now and quick later.
I think most frustration about the fact that like our pacing rates are complete lie is understandable. Sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. So number two is going to go to the quick layer, and the problem with dot session with number two, like maybe if you dot session.
Dot session is for number one. Dot session is for number one.
Yeah. Right.
And that we can make.
So the reason we were going to do extension was because dot session was not sufficient for number two.
Because dot session.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So now, like,
yes.
So one solution space for 1 and 2 is dot session quick layer, right? Yeah. Versus extension for everything or some other combination. In which case that saves writing a draft.
I think one of the things is for number 2, you also need number 1 on the wire. Like you need some way of telling the other end when they've reached the bit rate they requested. So I kind of like, I don't know. I figure if you're doing 2, you also just get 1 for free anyway, like whichever layer you implemented it at.
I mean, go write your extension. Can't wait to read it.
I think for 2, if you do it in a quick layer, there should also be a way to expose that to the application so that one can use it. If the quick stack is not exposed back specifically to the application, then one cannot. So it's more like not just the quick layer, but also the API also has to be applied.
Open source switching.
Yeah, sure.
It ties back into this the 1453, then the send rate parameter that we were talking about half an hour ago. So in terms of how does that kind of loop close? Do we want to do it at the quick level, or are we doing it at the stream level in terms of the send rate parameter? Because I mean, ultimately, you're probably going to use that information to feed this or the other way around. So they probably want to be maybe related to the same thing.
I think they're different. Because it's Senri, at least that's specified as on a batch, like a single, track, opposed to like bandwidth programming typically is on an entire catch and watch system.
Okay.
So unless
Yeah, but then how do you then use the two together? What the difference is, or how do you actually use that this feature?
Maybe the classification question would be like, look for two, did you want the subscriber to request estimated bandwidth increase on per track basis or on the entire connection?
It has to be the entire connection because it's impossible to do this per track. Like the congestion controller is per connection, and that's also why I don't want this information coming as part of like object payloads. Like it's a connection property.
Yeah. Okay.
Sometimes a send parameter kind of makes more sense in terms of just the quick connection. Then it'd be much simpler to implement in a way. It must be the same thing that Scone would talk to as well. You could argue that MOQ could talk to it as well. It's not there, the whole thing.
Can we ground this into dust now?
I think we have.
Okay.
Have we ground this all into dust, or do you want
I think we're done.
Okay.
But can we attempt to capture what homework assignments we'll have tonight?
You need the last 2
Yes.
hours of time.
Was there anything particular you wanted? I don't remember.
I think there was one for me toward the beginning about like, thinking some more about the.
Well, I don't want to go every you have because you keep track of stuff. There was something in particular that we wanted to come back to tomorrow and talk about, and people were supposed to review something.
There's one issue at the very beginning we spoke about, we could not make any decision of.
Was it the first one?
1653, we said we would come back to on, which was, I guess, we can't limit the number of so okay, this is the balancing requests, etc.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so there's 2 layers to this. One is the must one request update be entirely processed? The second one can begin processing.
Yeah.
And then, depending on that, there's different spellings that involve request ID or not. I think, yeah. People who are interested in this, you think about that. I think that ordering question is more important. Because the request ID thing has a different valence. If we decide that you can process them out of order and acknowledge them out of order, then we kind of need to have this request ID. Furthermore, if we can't do it out of order, if you want to do aggregation, I think you need request ID. Or some mechanism, something explicit, right? Whatever it is, correlator, as you said. If it's just going to be one-to-one and they have to be done in order, we don't need any sort of correlator. It can be by phone. So yeah, let's focus on the higher order thing, and I think then the lower order things are not as important, and we can argue about them if we have time. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Or is there something else that?
We also said that on 1642 that we will come back on current group tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
That was the other one, yes, thank you. So those are the 2 that you should highlight for your parking lot time. I'm not opposed to us running through more issues tomorrow as well, that you can get to today.
I'll look at the list of what we didn't get to and see which ones.
Yeah,
How much time is there tomorrow? 1 hour?
I understand you need to batch the agenda after this, figure out what we're doing, because it's all downhill. We gotta start over.
Yeah, I think there's probably, I think there's 14 that we didn't get to. That's more than an hour of talking, almost certainly.
Yeah.
Plus the things we need to raise up today. So
yeah, I gotta look at the stuff that you need to be there for that is not this, and make sure that fits in the time between 9:30 and, so Alan's leaving at 2:30 tomorrow, so, and he's obviously a key participant in all of this. So, but maybe not the other drafts. So I'm gonna try to, I'm gonna look at that, figure out what you need to be there for, what is high enough priority to do, and then give you the rest of that time, I think. And then the other drafts will start at 2:30 and run until 4. And I've already spoken to those components, and I think we know how to do that, and what's priority and what's not. But a number of people can just go very gracious about giving up their time. So we can run transport till 2:30.
Can we get some of the top end stuff covered while I was still there? Because I think it'd be.
Yes, the top end is one of the things that I'm putting in that. It is not a other adopted draft, it is one of the validated.
The other one was if you have concrete things to say about top end.
Yes,
Let people know
okay.
today so they can.
Right, so thank you. So yeah, so there are 3 things you might do productively. Think about request update, sequencing, processing, and the ordering of that. Think about top end. Rick, talk to Mo about whatever your problem is with top end, if you have a problem with top
And
end.
let me broadly say what I've already heard. I've heard about complexity. I've heard about trying to simplify the design and the runtime. And I've heard about maturity. Do we have enough experience with it? If you have anything else other than those, I'd love to hear it. Or if you have specific aspects of those that I haven't, talking about, I'd love to hear that too.
And what is the question about current group?
Should we do the subscribe or fetch?
Okay, so.
Well, and then there was also the proposal that came up late about, do we just give up and just let the subscriber ask for like.
So the status quo is group 16A is delivered by Apache Stream.
Yes.
This proposal is for subscribe stream.
Yes.
And, okay, no, okay, all right.
And Mo just went YOLO on the thing.
All right.
Like,
give what they want.
They should be learned simultaneously both ways. Okay, all right. With that, I think we're gonna call it a day because we're tired. We will, Magnus and I will have a fresh new agenda for you tomorrow, that reflects where we got to today. MEDEC is gonna work better tomorrow. MEDEC three should give us overlapping sessions so we can, transition at a time that is decent for us during lunch rather than having the hiccups we had today. Thank you for, sitting through our growing pains. And we will see you between 9 and 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you for, marathon issues. This is what I do all day, like I love talking about mock issues.
All right. Let's sit down for like 10 minutes and figure out the agenda.
One of the things that we used in our testing was if the sender wants to test a stream, the publisher says, I mean, I am really difficult to send this one file. I'll just cancel this particular something.
Based on delivery time?
Right? Based on some application data, right? You know that by this line,
But it's now a delivery time?
Delivery time not just
You can open the subgroup header, and then reset. If you use reliable reset app, we'll make sure that the header gets we otherwise have So you could also, I think all you created. I can't go back. Like that. Yeah, I mean, think your best option. Send the header. Make sure the header gets. Yeah.
So it's, what it is, 100% more. Again, the alternative I saw,
I'm happy to go right now. I could also go back to.
We might really. It's up to sense. So in this case, yeah.
So this one to make sure. We already started.
Oh, you're saying subscribers? I see, you're saying something.
Okay, so I'm gonna go first, and you're gonna go for a half hour. So, yeah, half hour, okay? Right?
It sounded.
Doing break for lunch on
A lot of interest in one person talking to one person. Second half of that. Second half of
I think it would be really nice.
Right, okay, so that's not an error, that's just an error. Yeah, it's kind of like a 9:45, right, actually in a row. Actually, it's not so good. And that allows me to, thank you. We've worked our magic on the very first request. We found the things. It's 2 hours, so the first one we failed. So, MOQ issue 0. Okay.